Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting this afternoon. It is a pleasure to see our room full. It's unfortunate that there isn't seating for everyone, but I believe you can hear in the anteroom out there. And I ask you to just try and keep the entranceway open for people coming and going for safety's sake. So I'm calling the meeting to order and going to begin by asking Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor Forder. And now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on today's business. Was there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I just remind you that you can bring it forward at any time it occurs to you. Do we have any announcements today? Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. And it is great to see so many people here with us today. And I think everybody knows, but this year is Meaford's sesquicentennial, our 150th anniversary. There's going to be a kickoff ceremony on March the 10th. And this begins at 11 a.m. at Meaford Hall, where you'll have an opportunity to view the information boards, the museum display that is absolutely marvelous. There will be the launch of our cookbook. The cookbooks are $25 and there'll be nibbles and music at Meaford Hall. At 12 noon, free skating begins at the arena. There'll also be a pick and ball demonstration between 12 and 2. And at 2 o'clock, the festivities begin in the community center. The dignitaries will have some short speeches. There'll be a town crier. The Golden Heirs will sing "O Canada." There'll be cupcakes provided by the Military Resource Center. There will be bells that we'll all get a chance to ring. There'll be children's activities, and there'll be Meaford merchandise for sale, some exciting new merchandise that has our logo on it for the 150th. So there's, and the most special part of the day, if I may say, is we're going to have former Meaford resident Jenny Besworth come, and she's quite a famous podcaster, and she's coming to participate in the event. So it's going to be a spectacular day, and invite everyone to come and join us to celebrate our 150th March 10th. Thank you.
Other announcements? How about our interim CAO? Do you have any announcements, Matt?
I do. A quick staff introduction. Saverne Wood is a new parts and equipment operator. And then the other announcement is that fun time of the year when spring load restrictions begin. As of Friday, the 1st of March, all municipality of Meaford roads have got a reduced load limit, 5 tonnes per axle, which will remain in place until Wednesday, May the 1st of 2024. Load restriction periods are weather dependent, may be extended as late as May 31st due to changing weather patterns, but we do continually post updates on our website and social media pages when things change from May the 1st, and that'll be based on seasonal weather conditions.
Thank you. Any other announcements? I think I'm going to make an announcement myself, and that is, with council's permission, I propose that we will move into committee of the whole after presentations, moving that up in our agenda probably by maybe 90 minutes, so that those of you in the room can see how we deal with your concerns today. So before moving into public participation in the meeting, members of the public are always encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom, phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a a deputation, or ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 on the morning of the council meeting. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca. The phone number is 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation, and we do have one virtual participant today. Deputations, I remind you again, are limited to 5 minutes, public questions to 2 minutes. And just a reminder, the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So now we do have a presentation today, and it's from the OPP. It is their annual year-end report. I'm just not 100% sure who is presenting on behalf of the OPP. So it's not the name that I have. So Matt is going to turn on the microphone. And if you, once you get comfortable there, could give us your name. We're looking forward to hearing your report.
Yes, hello, and thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of Inspector Paul Richardson, who is our detachment commander. He's unable to make it today. I am the operations manager, one of the staff sergeants in the Grey Bruce OPP. So I'm going to be doing his report on his behalf, and he does send his apologies for not being able to make it himself. Okay. So I'm going to touch on several things from his report. There's been an increase in traffic stops, warnings, and enforcement action, which has seen a reduction in our fatalities and personal injury collisions, which is always a great thing to hear. I'm going to speak about our community street crime unit. They've executed several warrants in relation to drugs and property, and they've recovered hundreds of thousands of dollars in stolen property. Our MCERT team, which I'm going to speak to, they're a huge success. It's our mobile crisis response team. They've been a huge success in our communities, providing mental health support to people at the time when they need it. We were not able to get extra funding for this. This was a partnership in cooperation with Bright Shores, but we're still working on getting more funding so we can make that program more available to those who need it. And also our auxiliary unit, they have done a lot of great work, which I'm going to highlight today too. So the first part of the report is about the crime unit led by our Detective Sergeant Byron Schwass. They have investigated or been involved in 265 benchmark occurrences in 2023. They also assisted the City of Owen Sound with investigating their 3 homicides in 2023. So some of their notable occurrences that they assisted in was the Dundalk Credit Union robbery back in 2023, which was actually linked to several other credit unions in southwestern Ontario. And one of our detectives was actually assigned and is working with that team to solve that unsolved robbery at this time. We also had a robbery on Saugeen First Nation, which resulted in a Toronto and Waterloo man being arrested, and a firearm seized, and drugs that were suspected to be cocaine and fentanyl. And as we all know, that just because those drugs and firearms were seized from Saugeen and not here doesn't mean they couldn't make it their way into your community. There's also a large multinational fraud investigation that they are undertaking. It includes the crypto cyber crime unit and the FBI, and they're working on looking at a suspect in Grey Bruce County. There was a pedestrian motor vehicle collision that actually was deemed a criminal act versus a motor vehicle collision or a traffic incident, and it actually occurred in Meaford. And so our criminal investigation branch was assigned to work on that one. And after a lengthy investigation, one male was charged with dangerous driving causing death. Another incident that actually happened in Meaford was there were some arsons back in the end of 2022, and it led into 2023, the investigation. And as a result of 2 detectives being assigned and the work of our road officers, they were able to arrest a young male and charge him with 9 counts of arson. So that solved those issues that your community was facing. Another crime they're involved in that occurred in your unit or your municipality was the Sprung homicide from back in 2020. And the preliminary inquiry for that first-degree murder is now proceeding to trial. So that's something that's ongoing. The community street crime unit, they've done a lot of notable work in 2023. The report does show some pictures and it highlights some of their investigations. One that's of highlight was a huge scale investigation that was actually in Bruce and Gray counties, but the property was in Erin Eldersley, but property was being taken from all over the area and it's being stored there. You can see from the picture, sorry, not everyone sees the picture, but the number of outbuildings and vehicles and debris that was scattered on this 100-acre property and the challenges the officers faced when they're executing their warrant. But they were able to seize firearms and ammunition, stolen property, including 5 vehicles, 3 snowmobiles, an ATV, a trailer, and several tools. Drugs estimated at $11,400, stolen property, almost $90,000. And so that was a huge effort on our street crime unit's part. Another investigation they undertook was into the trafficking of cocaine in the Grey Bruce and Owen Sound areas. And as a result, they did some warrants in March and almost 700 grams of cocaine were seized, which has a street value of almost $70,000. And they seized almost $100,000 in related property. I'm just going to highlight some of them. There's a few in the report. Another one was in August. It was a trafficking of opioids investigation due to the number of opioid related occurrences that we've been seeing in Grey and Bruce counties. So they commenced a fentanyl trafficking investigation, which was tied to numerous communities in Grey and Bruce counties. They executed 3 search warrants as a result of their investigation, and 5 individuals were taken into custody. They seized a significant amount of fentanyl and methamphetamine, as well as cocaine, which was a total of over $50,000 in illicit drugs. And so just to give you an idea of the amount of fentanyl, 109 grams is equivalent to about 1,090 doses. So that potentially stopped over 1,000 overdoses in our community based on that fentanyl. Another interesting investigation they undertook in 2023 involved the Canada Border Services Agency, where they were able to seize 2 packages that were shipped from the Netherlands and destined to a postal outlet in Hepworth. And 6 kilograms of ketamine were seized in that package concealed. So the names on the package were fictitious and the mailing location was not existent. 1 male was arrested as a result of their investigation for 2 counts of importing ketamine and possession for the purpose of trafficking. And the amount street value for those drugs is $243,000. And he was also found to have $14,000 cash on him at the time of arrest. So again, although these drugs were not seized in the municipality of Meaford, we know that they can be distributed around the area quite easily. The Mobile Crisis Response Team, which I touched on earlier, was created in 2022 in partnership with Bright Shores Health Systems. And it is an amazing program where mental health clinicians work directly with the police and respond to calls to get people the help they need at the time, which has been so successful. One of the big things is that they've responded to 320 people in crisis during that time of need. They attend with the police. There's also a follow-up aspect where they can follow up after and give them the resources that they require. This has allowed us to decrease by about 10% the number of people that have been brought to the hospital. And like I said before, we did try to get some funding, additional funding to boost this program. We were not successful with the government grant funding, but we're still working towards that because we know that by getting more funding that we'll be able to hire more people and then they will be available more hours and therefore able to help more people at the time of need. It reduces the amount of time that we, the police, have to go and spend at the hospitals, and also it helps to destigmatize the mental health issues that these people are facing. We have a provincial liaison team in the OPP, and we decided in 2023 to appoint a member from our detachment to work in conjunction with that unit. So the mandates listed here, essentially they work with people that are dealing with contentious issues and help to keep the forms of communication open with both sides. So PC Hahn is our local officer who has been assigned to provincial liaison team. And specifically in your municipality, they've attended a 1 million March for Children protest that occurred outside the town hall regarding the sex education curriculum, as well as the Hands Off Our Kids demonstration. They also assisted your bylaw department with an eviction that took place. And they've attended some drag time story events or liaised with the involved parties. And they also attended the Christmas on the Bay Festival and Market. So they are available to work with both sides of any issues to help keep the communications open and ensure everyone has the right to peaceful assembly and free speech. We have a media officer, our community services officer, Krista Linthorne. You may have seen her name attached to some media releases and social media posts in the area. She has produced a total of 174 media releases and 314 social media posts in 2023. And this is great. It's the way that we're able to update the public on the great things the OPP are doing, as well as on the roadways, and also just to let the public know the things that we do for the community. As we all know, times have changed and social media is the way that we get our information at the time. People no longer want to wait to read it in the newspaper. So that's why our increase in the social media presence. We have a very robust auxiliary unit with the Grey Bruce OPP. They have donated over almost 3,800 hours of volunteer time to assist our members in the community. One of the programs they run is Safeguard, which helps people and do checks of their local homes and businesses. So ways on they can improve their security against thefts and break-and-enters. They also help run our Speed Spy program, which has been running for a few years. And that's where they set up cameras to record speeds in areas that are identified as problem areas. They've also attended some events in your municipality, Touch a Truck, your Scarecrow event, and also did an OPP Smart Ride event at your local community center. They assist with some food drives and also can help out with Santa Claus parades, Remembrance Day ceremonies, and they also do patrols with officers and just are a great asset for us to have. We had a summer program this past summer for the first time. We appointed a sergeant to fill in during the summer months to help meet our needs with our increase in population. We also used a new tool this summer called the Major Event Tool, or MET. And it was first created by the OPP to help deploy officers to the Freedom Convoys in Ottawa. We were able to use it to reach officers all across the province, though, to help fill our overtime needs this summer and get officers deployed here in Grey Bruce to help us during our summer peak times. And we're going to continue to use that this coming summer. The marine program is something that I think Meaford would be very interested in due to your amount of water you have around you. Our marine unit is comprised of frontline members that have special training. And this past summer, they decided to do something differently. They worked just with our own detachment rather than doing joint patrols with neighboring detachments. So they're able to focus more on the areas that we saw the need for here. And what they mostly do is generated focus patrols, proactive patrols on the waterways, but they do respond to calls and do targeted problem areas. The numbers this year were outstanding. The vessel checks you'll see there went from 171 to 997 from one summer to this past one. The charges went from 1 to 17, warnings 0 to 148. ASD, which is like the roadside breathalyzer, went from 0 to 4. And the most significant number that we are most proud of is our drownings went from 4 to 0 this summer. So that is something we're very proud of and hope to have the similar success next year. Moving into the statistics section, the calls for service, you'll see that Meaford has had a higher increase than some of the other areas in Grey Bruce. However, you do have 2 subsidized housing locations that do have more calls for service than some other properties. So there was more calls at those 2 locations. And it's not only just police, but there's EMS and our MCERT is seeing increased calls as well. You also have a growing population in your community, which will speak to more people, more calls. The violent crime, there was no significant change. Property crimes, again, Meaford is up a little bit more than the other Grey Bruce as a whole. However, as I spoke to the Community Street Crime Unit and their success, we're going to continue to work on that, and then hopefully that will continue to decrease the number of property crimes. Of note, we also have one street crime member that does report to the Meaford detachment, and he's very dedicated to your community. The drug numbers, again, all the way up from 2022, it's fairly consistent when you're looking at your 5-year average. Criminal traffic, there has not been much change over the past 3 years. However, there is a bigger increase of 69% over the past 5 years. I look at that as that there's been a more increased police presence in the municipality of Meaford in the last few years as we're trying to put more officers in the area. So that is why you're seeing more proactiveness and more, perhaps the more charges. The motor vehicle collisions, it's been pretty consistent, no significant changes there. The next section speaks to the whole of Grey and Bruce, not just Meaford. We don't break it down. But you'll see that our speeding charges are about the same. The seatbelt charges are up significantly. Impaireds are slightly down, and our distracted driving is down a bit as well. Moving on to the fatal collisions. Again, this is something we're very proud of. We went from 15 fatal collisions in 2022 to 4 fatalities in 2023. And also of note with that is these were not traditional fatal collisions. One was deemed criminal, which I spoke of earlier. One was a medical related death. One was involving a pedestrian, and the other one was considered accidental. So there was something else going on at the time. So we know the impacts that a fatal motor vehicle collision can have, not only on family, but your community, EMS, all the people involved, fire, police. So when we can reduce that number, it's a huge, huge benefit to everybody. Our traffic management unit consists of 2 members. And during 2023, they laid 975 traffic charges and 839 warnings, 13 impaired driving charges, and 37 stunt driving. They also did some collaborative work with the Ministry of Transportation and conducted a successful commercial motor vehicle blitz, which allowed them to focus on commercial vehicles and ensure they were safe on the roads. As a result of that, actually, over 50% of the vehicles that were checked were placed out of service due to safety-related defects. And finally, just a little bit about recruiting. The OPP is hiring all positions. The Auditor General's report from 2021, if you recall, did call for an increased staffing of police officers across the province. So we're working at increasing our numbers in Grey Bruce, but specifically in Meaford, where we're seeing a growth in your community. And we do have a footprint in the community with our local detachment there. And we continue to build upon our presence by having more officers assigned to that location. And so we're going to continue to work with your municipality and council to ensure that our building can continue to accommodate more officers and meet our needs so that we can continue to serve your municipality. And that is the report. Pending any questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the specific information about different things occurring in Meaford. Questions for the officer? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, officer, for doing a really good report and presenting to our municipality here this afternoon. One thing that we hear on the news quite often is the excessive speeding, which leads to charges of being stunt driving. And all of us in the room have heard just numbers that just can't understand individuals behind the wheel. Does the OPP have any societal views as to what is transpiring? Because they speed even in a 50 and they're 80 and 90. Is there anything that would tell what is going on with folks that get behind the wheel and do this on us?
I wish I knew the answer so we could stop it. Everyone's in a hurry to get somewhere, right? And I don't know the answer why people are in such a rush, because they're not putting just themselves at risk, but everyone at risk, right? We know that increased speed is a contributing factor to collisions and to fatalities, right? So we continue to try to educate the public. and we'll continue to do that, but I don't have the magic answer, unfortunately.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Appreciate that presentation. It's, I've got all sorts of notes because there's so much data in here that is fascinating to me. One thing I wanted to comment on was the Grey Bruce OPP responding to over 1,000 mental health related calls in the past year. But more significantly, the mobile crisis response team responding to 320 people in crisis. And that's the word of emphasis, in crisis. These people are hanging by a thread that is significant, and that has a profound impact on our communities. And I want to thank you guys for all your efforts in doing that. I just want to know, how do those numbers compare to sort of the previous year, and what might those numbers be suggesting? Like, what direction are we trending with regards to the calls that the OPP are receiving, particularly for the people that are in crisis?
I don't have the statistics with me from the year previous. However, what I can say is that we are seeing less people getting to the hospital because MCERT has created those relationships with people. And so they're able to assist them when they need the follow-up and the assistance, rather than calling us and then we take them to the hospital. So we are seeing a decrease in people going to the hospitals, and it's directly related to the MCERT program. And just by getting more funding and more workers, then we'll be able to help more people, because they are not working 24/7 right now. But once we can get to that point, the numbers will be even more amazing.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I personally have made some calls for service, and they were both dealt with promptly and professionally. Now, throughout different areas of the country, charges have been laid and they've been stayed because they take too long through the court system. Can you tell me, in Grey Bruce County, are they being dealt with prompt enough that they're not being thrown out of court, which is an absolutely waste of your time?
So a lot of the backlog kind of happened during COVID because of everything shutting down. So there were some delays there. However, I haven't heard lately of any issues with the timing of cases here locally. I don't have the statistics with me, but I have not heard of any recently with that timing issue in effect. The Jordan principle is what it is. Yeah.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thank you for your report. Always interesting to see the numbers. And again, year after year, little fluctuations here and there, but anyway. Fraud, telephone and internet. I'm almost afraid to ask this, but is there any particular demographic that gets involved in this the most often?
So I don't have the specific statistics with me, but I do know that a lot of the telephone scams are more affecting our seniors. They use the grandparent scam a lot of the time, where they say that, your grandchild's in trouble, they need help, they need money. And because, they have that genuine concern for their grandchildren, they act on it. So the telephone scams do tend to be more geared toward the seniors. And we just ask that if you're not sure about it, call your family member, call someone can verify that member is okay. Call us if you think you're not sure if you get an email that you've won money, or, someone needs money. Call us and we can verify if it's legitimate or not.
Supplementary quickly.
Yeah, thanks for that. I assumed that was going to be your response. I have to admit, the Amazon calls have decreased, but now they're into Canadian Tire. You're Canada's own store.
I mean, I can tell you that I get phone calls on my work cell phone saying there's a warrant out for my arrest regularly. So it's not just it's everybody. Everyone is the victim of fraud. So I said, well, you know where I work if you need me. They always hang up when I do address them. So
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate your comment, Sergeant. I get the same calls. Now I don't feel so bad. And I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name. You're Sergeant.
I'm Staff Sergeant Marla Barfoot.
Thank you.
And I've just been with Grey Bruce OPP for almost a year now.
Well, congratulations and thank you for all you're doing to support our community. My question is in relation to Councillor Forders about mental health. You had suggested during your presentation that you've been unsuccessful in achieving any funding or grant status. And I'm wondering, would a letter from the municipality be helpful in that the next time you apply?
Absolutely. If you're willing to support, we would definitely take you up on that offer.
And I can't speak for council, but I absolutely would assume that we would. So if you could let us know when that opportunity arises, and we will support it any way we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'll echo the sentiments of my council members. Yes, excellent presentation and excellent work, and thank you for all you do. My question is regarding your recruiting efforts. We know that since COVID, again, historically, that's been a pain point for so many different businesses and organizations having difficulty finding talent or people of interest. Is the OPP experiencing that as well, or are you finding that that's not as much of a challenge?
So we are facing the same challenges of trying to find suitable candidates. We have been doing some local recruiting. Our problem here we find is that we get people from all over the province that are posted to our detachments, and then we're seeing them leave after a short time because they're from the cities or not from this area. And so they want to get back to where they're from. So we're looking at doing some more local recruiting so we can recruit people that are from this area, want to stay here and police our communities. So we've been doing some local recruiting events. We just had a couple this past month, actually, one in Owen Sound at the Bayshore, and then one in Kincardine, a joint one with South Bruce OPP. We did one at the Shell Lake Arena, and we'd be happy to do one in your municipality as well. And we have been seeing some success in finding some local recruits. Our last class, we got 4 recruits, and I think 3 of them were local. So that was great news.
Thank you again very much, Staff Sergeant Barfoot. Really appreciate your presentation. And we're going to move into deputation shortly, but I'd just like to make a point. I know that once the deputations are through and once we get into committee of the whole and you hear how we deal with your issue today, you'll all be gone and you won't be here when we appoint a member of this council to represent the municipality on the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Police Services Board. This is a new creation. It's been a long time in the coming, but it is arriving. And I want you to know that Meaford does have a seat at the table when it comes to dealing with the OPP.
Yes.
So thank you again for your
Thank you very much.
presentation.
And looking forward to working with you on that board as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now then, yes. Moving on to deputations, and we have 9 to deal with the pump storage, and we have 1 on the transfer of a marine allowance. And I'm going to call on Peter Turner, who is going to speak to the latter item, and that will enable us to deal with, you know, your concerns, the large group of you all at one time. So go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Okay, so this is item 9.2, the transfer of the marine allowance, which runs along Georgian Beach South. I'm representing an association of the 27 owners who are referred to in the bylaws, I think the abutting to the north landowners, to whom the individual parts in front of their properties would be finally transferred in this bylaw. I just wanted to add perhaps 3 things to the information that you got in your briefing note from the CAO. One, I wanted to tell you that if you did not know, we conducted a survey of our 27 property owners at just before Christmas time, conducted through a third-party lawyer on essentially 2 scenarios. One scenario was consistent with the 2020 so-called memorandum of agreement with Meaford, which envisioned the shore road, which is actually not a road, never legally a road, so I call it a non-road, but envisioned that remaining open, costs to be shared, rights of way on everyone's title, all 27 properties for to serve 4 properties that were unable to access the new back lane, and to serve others who may go up and down, cyclists, pedestrians, and so on. But that was one of the scenarios. That scenario was turned down by about 90% of our 27 owners as practically and legally unworkable. And so the scenario that was supported by virtually everybody was no rights of way or easements other than the gas service, which is already on the marine allowance. The second thing I wanted to brief you on was the state of the easements, so-called easements. When we say the word easements, there were 4 properties blocked for 25 years by neighbors who bought property in behind those 4 properties and effectively blocked them from the lane, which is the main way that everybody gets to their properties. And one of the conditions that the association, all the neighbors have accepted is that those 4 properties should get access to the back lane in order to move forward with the closing and the conveyance of the marine allowance. I wanted to just fill you out a little more information on where those things are. Your briefing note says the easements have been obtained, and that is true. With costs of tens of thousands of dollars for surveys, road building, hydro pole removal, Meaford fees, legal fees, all paid by adjacent neighbors and the association. The physical accesses are now in place and the legal easements are approved by the Committee of Adjustments, by the Meaford lawyer, the Meaford Planning Department having stamped them, as well as permissions to register by all transferors, but not all transferees. One blocked owner out of the 4 signed quickly and sold his property. The last thing I want you to be aware of is that we have the association and consensus of all the other neighbors have agreed with one person in particular who uses the front road every day, and with others just in principle. That will take 5 or 6 months until August 31st, 2024 for a transition period. And this period will allow for us also to work cooperatively with Meaford on the rearranging of emergency addresses. Half the addresses of the 27 are serviced by the shore road traditionally, historically. The other half are on the lane, and it's a bit of a dog's breakfast that way, I've been told by some of your staff and planning and so on. And it'll take a little bit of time to sort that out. So we're going to have about 5 months of business as usual for those, to help those people who haven't yet quite stepped up to the driveway, which is available to them, and to help others who may want to do something on the shoreline. So a transition period. Thank you. I hope you'll support the bylaw. It's been, depending on how you want to look at it, 25 years in the making. There've been a lot of steps up to this point. This is the final step. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm ready now to entertain the deputants on the pump storage issue. And I'm going to call Claire Belfour to the microphone. And just a reminder, I think we have got 9 TCE deputations, and so we're going to try and stick to 2 minutes apiece if we can. Claire, okay. 2 minutes apiece. That's the. Sorry.
Or 5 minutes.
Oh, I beg your pardon. 5 minutes. Oh, fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. I'd like to say a few words about the Pump Storage Advisory Committee and why I hope you will approve it today, exactly as proposed 2 weeks ago. Is there a question?
Yeah, I gave his name. Sorry.
My name is Claire Belfour. I live on the 7th line in Meaford. I won't start at the beginning.
Yes, thanks.
The committee is supposed to be a community committee to get views and opinions from the people of Meaford. We already know what TCE's views are, and it has many ways to make them known. For example, wouldn't it be essential to hear from the 300 families whose properties and lives could be at risk from disastrous flooding in the event of failure of
a high hazard dam directly over their heads, or the havoc that 4 years of absolutely massive construction would bring to roads and the geological stability of the escarpment itself. TC Energy says the project will be state of the art and safe. That's a slogan, not a guarantee. The company has never built a pump storage plant, and safety records of their pipelines are alarming. Insurance companies won't touch those 300 homes for flood protection. TCE's model at Ludington, Michigan leaks and kills fish despite mitigation measures. Do you really want that to happen here? There are risks to health from toxins and unexploded munitions contaminating the source of drinking water for the town and private wells, as well as aquifers and streams. Everyone recently knows of the water contamination scare after the fire at Johnny B's. Your own consultants from the Ainley Group specifically recommend against TC Energy being on the committee. Ainley said TC Energy is not recommended to be a sitting member of the committee. That's pretty clear. Ainley understands that the company's presence would distort any candid discussions and activities of the committee. Ainley recommended a community committee to examine the impacts as well as possible upsides of their proposal. But TC Energy does seem to have a way of getting what it wants from certain governments. Just last month, we learned Ontario will pick up the tab for TC Energy's pre-construction costs. How much? Who knows? Construction won't begin for years. 1 year ago tomorrow, John Mickelson promised community benefits would flow to Meaford from this unsolicited, untendered mega project if, but only if, you declared Meaford to be a willing host. 5 of you chose to believe him. It sounded like a threat to me. Council had the authority to reject that proposal because 6 years ago, the Ontario government passed the Green Energy Repeal Act, giving municipalities the power to veto energy projects their citizens don't want. Despite knowing of widespread disapproval within your population, including a petition with 3,300 signatures and deputations from citizens in front of you, you ignored that leverage, apparently out of fear of missing out on the TCE gravy train. And you apparently forgot that 2 years earlier, the IESO, for the first time, declared the proposal made no economic sense for the entire province. After going over its numbers again, it came to the same conclusion last September. Doesn't that give you pause? A multi-billion-dollar carve-up of our landscape for something that has no financial benefit to Ontario. You gave no thought last February 27 to deferring a far more important decision so that you might take time to reflect. But 2 weeks ago, when Clark Little read a letter from a disappointed John Mickelson, you snapped into action and deferred the decision about a committee of your very own taxpayers. I assure you, Mr. Mickelson's disappointment is nothing compared to our disappointment at your willing host vote and the betrayal of the campaign promises that preceded it. As you know, in just 3 months, councils of 4 Georgian Bay municipalities have voted against this project, largely on quite valid environmental grounds, but also because they oppose billions being spent to enrich a Calgary-based pipeline company at the expense of Ontario taxpayers and ratepayers. That takes my time. Some among you think those mayors, reeves, and councillors don't know enough to have made such decisions and that they should have consulted you. I have reason to believe they are very well informed. It's worth noting that 3 times as many taxpayers live in those 4 communities as in Meaford, and their summer populations exceed 130,000. If TCE wants the community on its side, it ought to withdraw its objections instead of appearing to want to control every aspect of decision-making. We ask council to approve the committee as proposed 2 weeks ago. Otherwise, we may have reason to question your loyalties. Are they to TC Energy or to us as taxpayers?
Thank you, Mr. Belfour. The next speaker is Nancy Premack. Nancy.
Thank you. Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, councillors, staff. My name is Nancy Premack and I'm a resident of urban Meaford. Recently I had a conversation with Clark Little, community liaison employee with TC Energy. I'm sharing this part of this conversation because I believe it demonstrates the importance of a community advisory committee that represents our community. I had called and left a message on the phone number provided on the door of the TCE Community Information Center at 390 Sykes Street with a question, but I didn't receive a reply. I happened to see Mr. Little Clark downtown Meaford, and I do appreciate the time that he took to answer my questions regarding TCE's financial contribution to activities in Meaford up to date, and also discuss possible benefits to Meaford should the pump storage be built. In our conversation, Clark shared with me that an option was for TCE to build an interpretive center at the range. At the range, I mean the DND property. Excuse me. The interpretive center would have 4 sections. One was military related. Second was the history of the expropriation in 1942. Third would be an explanation of the pump storage facility and how it worked. And the fourth would be a focus on the Saugeen Ojibwe First Nations. If the pump storage plant is built in Meaford, I would rather see TCE spend this money on a recreation center with an indoor swimming pool, something that I feel would be of more benefit to the residents of Meaford. I was told that TCE did not have money to build a recreation center for Meaford. Further discussion suggested that if built, it could be on the range. I shared that in my opinion, it should be in urban Meaford. Then it was suggested, sorry, Clark, I know. But this all was part of our conversation, suggested that the fairgrounds property could be a possibility and tearing down the curling rink. It also was suggested that local businesses could help finance a recreation center. And I'm not a local business owner, but I see that they're not in a position to have that kind of money either. So the Pump Storage Community Advisory Committee must be just that, a community committee that can confer with TC employees and with council, but it must be independent. Please accept the gift of a community that has the capacity and that strongly wants to protect our environment and the future for our children and our grandchildren living in this beautiful community on Georgian Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. The next speaker is Therese Defoy.
Good afternoon. It is simply bad business practice to grant a large corporation such as TC Energy a seat on a committee tasked with examining their own project. This action raises significant ethical and practical concerns and has the potential of creating issues of bias, conflict of interest, and compromised independence, not to mention intimidation. We have already seen at Council's last meeting how TC Energy used intimidation tactics to manipulate the Council, using words such as lack of consultation and collaboration concerning our Council's ability to make their own decisions. Think about it. The Council is being directed by TC Energy openly to collaborate with them. They accuse the Council of formatting in isolation and question their decisions on scope, mandate, and cost, though they were nice enough to allow the documentation to be resubmitted to the Council after they had perused it and controlled the narrative. Providing TC Energy a seat on this committee is improper, unscrupulous, and just wrong. If they were to become involved with this committee, they will incorporate bias in their favor and lack of objectivity. They would prioritize corporate interests over broader considerations such as environmental impact, community, and property welfare, and it would undermine the integrity of the examination process. It would lead to decisions that favor the corporation at the expense of the residents of Meaford, along with everyone around Georgian Bay. They have already proven their ability to wield undue influence and pressure to advance their own agenda. This can be clearly seen when they completely overstep the IESO, a nonprofit government-appointed organization tasked with reviewing and accepting bids from electricity suppliers. IESO has submitted reports in 2021 and 2023 declaring this project will provide no economic value to Ontario electricity customers. There would be a clear conflict of interest with their presence. This conflict is detrimental to the final outcomes the committee would reach because the independence and impartiality of the examination process will be in question, eroding trust and credibility in the committee's findings and recommendations. Their presence will create a perception of impropriety. Residents would be right in questioning the committee's independence and integrity, casting doubt on the legitimacy of their findings and recommendations. In conclusion, granting TC Energy a seat on the committee examining their own project poses significant risks and undermines the integrity of the examination process. Bias, conflict of interest, perceptions of impropriety, and undue influence will compromise the independence, objectivity, and credibility of the committee's work. To ensure public trust, it is essential to ensure that the committee is free from TC Energy's influence so the committee can maintain their independence in assessing the project's merits and impacts.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Haslam. Go ahead, Kelly. Thank you.
Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, members of council and staff. My name is Kelly Haslam. I'm a full-time resident of Meaford. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Pumped Storage Advisory Committee. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, Councillor Forder, Councillor Greenfield, for your responses to my letter about this topic. Only 1 year into what could be a very long relationship with TC Energy, and they are already showing their true colors. Demanding to be consulted about the scope and makeup of a community committee and a seat for itself is outrageous. These demands are unequivocally inappropriate. They are the demands of an emboldened bully throwing their corporate weight around. I fear that this may only be the beginning of what's in store for our community if we continue down this path with them. The committee was intended to give the community a voice on the proposal's benefits and risks. It should be made up of volunteer community members, not paid employees. TC Energy and its representatives should not have a seat on the committee, voting or otherwise. Their presence on the committee, even as a non-voting member, would taint the committee. Please do not let this corporate giant trample on your good governance. You may have heard that Council for the Town of Parry Sound has voted to oppose the project. They joined 3 other municipalities in the Georgian Bay Basin, the Township of the Archipelago, the Town of Lebu Mountains, and Georgian Bay Township, in calling on the Ontario government to cease its support for the project. They ask that the independent electricity system operator's recommendation that the project be rejected in order to avoid putting unnecessary burden on Ontario taxpayers is heeded. When will Meaford Council see that this project is bad for Meaford and indeed for all Ontarians? Please reconsider your support for this project. Please reconsider partnering with TC Energy. It's not too late to do the right thing, at least not yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Leung, you're next.
This thing is too small.
I hope you can do that in 5 minutes, Joseph.
Oh. I will speak very fast. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor and council members, members of the public. I'm from Annan originally, which is part of Sydenham. And now I live on 108 Georgian Beach. Since day one, I was against this project. And today, I am still against this project. I'm going to wave something at you. Later, if you want to look at it, you can look at it. This is one of the books I've been reading. It's called The Niagara Escarpment. And the foreword in this book is by Robert Bateman. 1962, him and Ray Lowes, they hiked the first Bruce hike from Burlington to Great Leith. 1973, as a token, he was under pressure from the government. They formed the Niagara Escarpment Commission. Mr. Bateman was there as a naturalist and as a painter. Mr. Lowes was avid hiker. 1973, he did that. And nowadays, we have the Niagara Escarpment full of politicians. They don't look after us. Now I'm going to flip to the pages where it shows that the tank range is on the escarpment. And I'm going to show it to you. It's on the escarpment. It's 800 kilometers from Rochester, New York to Manitoulin Island. And it goes through here. So, Mr. Bateman, it is an important part of our natural being, the Niagara Escarpment. We constantly encroach and nibble at it. We have no backbone to protect it. So 1942, expropriated families. Mr. Hector Kingston had about 700 acres of land. Carrie and Don Cowling, that's the father and the mother of Miss Primack, we just deputated. Jack Vale, Doris McNally, Ann Stewart, Naomi Vale, Mary Wilcock, Ken Darling, Don Doran, Leora Boyle, Harold Bumstead, John Vale, and Albert McConnell. Albert McConnell is my friend. He's 95 years old. He was 14 years old when he was kicked out. Leora Boyle, she was 11. They used to ride the bicycle on Sunday after Mass to go to Mountain Lake. That's the map. If there was to be a civilization in Meaford, this would have been the civilization. But everything wiped out, gone.
So Dick Doran, his grandson Doug was my friend, personal friend, and his wife married to Marceline Najuan, the chief, Greg Najuan's cousin, died in a bushfire on the south of Highway 26. Now, this is from a quote from the history of the land in St. Vincent. The residents were pressured, including threat of coercion, that their loss would be temporary. Orchard, homes, school, churches would be cared for, awaiting occupancy after the war. What an injustice. Land given to TCE pump storage. Wash. Same year they took over the land here, Wash was taken. There was 70,000 acres, over there was 3,000 acres. 2016, they got their land back after the George got killed, and there was an inquiry. $185 million compensation, $70 million for cleaning. Mr. Chapman, your own employee, did write about this, and I have the article here. And the government is not taking care of our land. Mountain Lake is polluted when it overflows, all the explosion underneath there, including other chemicals that were dumped in there. Where do they go? In our water. That's Georgian Bay. Two archaeological reports. One, thank you for Donna for showing up today here. One that Donna gave me or emailed to me in 2019. The name of the person that sent you the email is Mr. Ron Gould. In there, Mr. Ron Gould said, critical, important, any construction and operation disturbances will impact the loss of wildlife on that site. Mr. Fox, William Fox, 1990, after one person complained and they got involved. It had prehistoric and historic archaeological resources base. This should be fully inventoried prior to any further development on the land disturbance. What happened? I gave the chief a copy of that report. And guess what? Last week on Facebook, I saw that they are going to educate municipalities and proponents and citizens about when they discover artifacts, what they have to do. Just think about this. They are digging 350 acres of land. According to the protocol of OPP and the police in Ontario, the work has to stop right away. Call the police in and they find out if it's going to be a recent discovery or it's before. Now, John Bear came here in 1829. He mingled with the First Nation. They didn't kill each other. He went back to Port Hope and bring his family after 2 years and settled at Point Bear. This is a beautiful country. I'm going to cite what in this book here it says. Everything was beauty until you came. So the web of life, if we do anything to that web, we do it to ourselves. Don't destroy this. Mr. Mayor, you have the control and members of council. We don't need TCE in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Our next speaker is Karen Joy Coleman.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Council, and members of the public, thanks for this opportunity. I like what Joseph said. I like what everyone said. But Joseph saying how we just keep nibbling away at nature, and then the next generation grows up and they say, oh, well, this decrease is normal. And you can't hear me? No. Okay. I think we have to be very careful about what we're doing to the land and what we're doing to the escarpment because we can't change it. And if you think of the earth as a human body, that all the systems in the earth are like the human body. There's a liver, there's a heart, there's the skin, there's the hair. And nature, the earth heals naturally by these organs that it has. And if we keep chipping away at the escarpment and polluting Georgian Bay, we're just killing ourselves. We need new energy projects. I'm not debating that. I just think the open loop project is the wrong one. Now, I'm sorry to digress, but back to the point about the committee, our Citizens Advisory Committee for Pump Storage is a sacred committee to have. And I think government owes the people the freedom to have in this committee. And we all know that TCE as a proponent just wants this project to go through and is putting pressure on every gate. And in fact, I wonder whether there's pressure on council right now financially to allow them to influence the terms of reference and be on the committee. Because it was one of the CAO reports which outlined the agreement between town and TCE. I can't remember if it's 2020, 2021 or 2022, but you probably all know what I mean. The agreement was outlined and TCE said it would not fund any opposition to the project. So maybe the opposition that TCE is fearing is Save Georgian Bay on the committee. I don't know. That's clear that the public is against, the majority of the public is against this project. I wish to hear from others who are in favor of it, but I haven't yet. So this committee, people should be allowed to speak freely in this committee without the influence of TransCanada Energy. But I also want to say that TransCanada Energy is pushing through this and ignoring anyone who has any opposition. For example, TransCanada Energy influenced council on who to hire for their community benefits agreement negotiator, and that was Strategy Corps. So they've already told you who to hire there. And now they're telling you how they want the committee to be. The impact zone group actually asked TCE for funding so that we could test our well waters, for example, and we were denied, and we were told that we should look at funding through the Environmental Assessment Act. And, you know, never said we were against the project. We want to know that it's the best project and we want our needs to be looked after, and we were denied. So that's in bad faith, I think, from TCE. We also people have asked many questions of TCE and we've not been answered. That's bad faith. Apparently stakeholders, all kinds of stakeholders were contacted because stakeholders are important for this project, but the impact zone group wasn't approached. So I think that's pretty much all I really want to say right now, but it's just like everyone else has said, it's just wrong to have TCE on this committee. The committee can ask TCE and let TCE make a presentation. The committee is supposed to not be formed to oppose the project. The committee is supposed to recommend and ask questions and pros and cons and be open and free. And this is how it should be. And if that's not going to be the case, I have to wonder about all the other committees that advisory committees that are proposed for town and community involvement, because your community, we want the best for the community. We want the best for us, and we want to work with you so that you can all do the right thing.
Thank you for your message. Next speaker is Paul Young.
Hi. Is it okay if I read Paul's report because he couldn't be here? We have some workmen at the house and he couldn't get away.
I think that, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yep.
So, thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councilors, public. This is Paul's voice. As a resident of Meaford who has been deeply involved in meetings, depositions to town council, and TCE communication events regarding the OPS project, I take great exception to the recent behaviors of TCE when it criticized the diligent work and thoughtful planning for a community advisory committee. This committee of 9 members from the Meaford area, qualified and approved by town council, would, quote, focus on understanding potential benefits and impacts associated with the proposed pump storage project and foster meaningful community engagement, end of quote. They would serve as unpaid volunteers at the pleasure of council to assist them in understanding and managing their duties re the OPSP work. The advisory committee inputs would be reviewed and vetted by Matt Smith, the administrative CAO, provided to town council members for consideration and possibly forwarded to Meaford consultants like the Ainley Group for technical assistance. If at any time this process would benefit from TCE participation, it would be at the discretion of town council staff to involve them. Briefly stated, TCE was complaining that they wanted to have input on the town's proposal to even have such a committee, to have input on the terms of reference for the committee, and 3, to have a seat on the committee. The proposed committee is being formed to meet a need that town council and staff feels is key to doing their jobs well. They get to decide to have such a committee and what its terms of reference are and who are the members. I feel that this request should be considered as an abusive process, the town's process, and rejected outright. TCE is clearly the project proponent and has billions of dollars and countless future opportunities to interact with council and staff and lobby for their objectives. What are they worried about if the committee operates independently of them? What I am worried about is this. I expect that TCE will attempt to control the process and discussions to gain by suppressing valuable inputs, questions and answers injected by non-TCE stakeholders and experts. Our goal must be to ensure science, engineered, financial, and environmentally based assessment of this project. The proponent, TCE, cannot be steering the ship when it comes to finding and performing impact assessments.
Thank you. Richard Stock. Richard Stock is the next speaker.
All right, now I got interested in this because we do face a very urgent situation, even keeping the planet livable. So I'll go back now to just sticking to the words here, but I give some introduction and then the position on the committee. Really, we are dealing with the biggest, most urgent problem in climate change that humanity has ever faced, because if we pass tipping points that scientists have identified, then we will have triggered runaway heating that will probably destroy most, if not all, of society. What a tragedy that would be, since although we've made many mistakes in how we've developed our societies, we have also created many things of beauty. There is time, but not much time, to save ourselves if we decarbonize our energy sources as rapidly as possible. That is where we can play an important role locally in choosing the best possible infrastructure to change electricity from renewable sources like wind and solar, which by their nature are intermittent, into on-demand power, which is what we need. Well, energy storage in form of batteries or thermal photovoltaics or closed loop pump storage may be the only choices available in water scarce regions. Our abundance of water here from our bay has opened the possibility of open loop pump storage, which TC Energy is proposed to build. They've also, in response to local concerns, modified their water intake outlet structure to minimize the threat to the local fish population and avoid stirring up any sediment. Another modification which will also increase their costs is to put all the generation underground to minimize disruption to the appearance of the countryside. TCE has made a serious effort to comply with local concerns. For this, they should be given credit. What they have requested, and I think should be rejected, is to be part of the advisory committee. The committee is to be a citizens advisory committee in which each member can speak freely, which will be seriously impaired if any corporate representative would be present. We should be free to call them to present more information if that would help us in our work, but that must be our choice. Then I would hope to see the committee make the best possible choice, considering the environment, but also the most prudent for a long-term major financial commitment.
Thank you, Richard. And our last presentation is from Louise Bucella, and it is a virtual presentation. Are you on the line, Louise?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. The courtship began on November 15 of 2018 when Sarah Beasley of TransCanada Public Affairs team contacts former Mayor Barb Cumplis regarding this energy project. The following events have been obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, A172019-3. By March of 2019, the former mayor and Sarah Beasley have communicated, and one of the quotes, quote unquote, "We're happy to have the copy of the economic impact study from Napanee to anticipate what could happen here. Again, many thanks for being thoughtful and forthright. We are thrilled to be a part of this partnership." This was the day that the municipality opened its doors to TransCanada Energy. On June 2019, Meaford Council meets with two representatives from TC Energy on 2 occasions. 5 months before TransCanada contacts the former mayor of Meaford, the Ford government is sworn into power, and his campaign co-chair for his 2018 election registers his new lobby company called Rubicon Strategies. Rubicon is the lobbyist for TCE Energy. Between 2019 and February of 2023, Meaford Council never publicly engaged or mailed any communication materials regarding this proposal and its impact that it could have on the Meaford community. What was Council hiding? Opposing members of Save Georgian Bay, Meaford citizens, Town of Blue Mountains, Wasaga Beach, wrote hundreds of letters to their MPs, MPPs, the Department of Defense, Meaford Council, and TC Energy. In January of 2023, the newly elected council participates in Roma conference when the Minister of Energy, Todd Smith, meets with the Mayor, Kentner, and tells him to get on with it. By January 31st, our deputy mayor, quote unquote, intends to push forward a motion to consider support of the Ontario pump storage with conditions designed to protect the interests of the municipality of Meaford and all those who reside in our community. On February 14th, prior to this vote, I sent a copy of the Standing Committee on Justice Policy for the cancellation and relocation of the gas plants, and a document on the retention issues. To Council. For everyone's information, the current Energy Minister, Todd Smith, was a member of this committee, and the document states that quote unquote, a corporation may not seek procurement until they have a willing host. Who was the willing host when Meaford Council never engaged the citizens of this community? On February 27th of 2023, willing host status is passed with conditions, and Council accepts TCE's Energy's lawyers to compose the terms of this motion. The conflict of interest continues 4 months later when Meaford Council votes to accept Strategy Corp to negotiate Meaford's community benefits. The founder of Strategy Corp is David McNaughton, who is also a board of director for TCE Energy. November 17, 2023, the town of Archipelago passes Resolution 2023-189 to reject the Ontario Pump Storage Project and urges ISO, the Department of Defense, First Nations, and roughly 20 municipalities on the Georgian Bay Basin to do the same. Meaford was included in this correspondence. The town of Blue Mountains, Township of Georgian Bay, including Port Severn, Honey Harbor, Cognisheen, Go Home Bay, and Parry Sound, have said no to this project. So you see, there is no seat for TC Energy, and they have no say who is selected to serve on our Community Advisory Committee. Why, you might ask, is TC Energy has violated our democratic rights as citizens and taxpayers of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone that don't run away if you want to hear how we discuss this matter. But first, we need a motion, I believe, to move committee of the whole forward on our agenda. Matt, maybe you would just explain.
Yes, we would need a motion to say that the agenda be amended to allow for item 10A to be considered immediately.
Can I get that motion from someone? Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. All in favor? And that is carried. So we will move into committee of the whole.
So we would just need a motion to move into committee of the whole as well, and then we can get 10A on the table.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Uhrig and seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney that we now move into committee of the whole to discuss this particular item. And I've got to move ahead to it here. The recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to establish a pump storage advisory committee. So we want to discuss this today. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I want to welcome everybody here. We don't even get a turnout like this when we're talking about your taxes for your budget. But this is a very important subject, supremely important. And Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to ask for a little latitude, please, as I have a couple of things just personally that I want to say, which will formulate quite possible some of my amendments to this advisory committee. I want to give a little shout out to the Meaford Independent, Mr. Steve Vance. On February the 11th, and I've just got a few little things highlighted, but I think Mr. Vance has really got this right. If you've ever been looking for a way to engage with your community in a positive way, we encourage you to apply. The municipality would like to recruit committee members with a wide variety of backgrounds and experience and interests to fully represent the community as a whole. He listed the advisory committees. On February the 11th, Meaford Independent, he wrote in part, any municipal council can benefit from advice provided by residents. Our community has a wealth of residents with a wide range of experience and expertise that can be put to good use on council's advisory committee. If you've ever considered getting involved in municipal governance, these 7 advisory committees offer an opportunity to do just that. I think, Mr. Vance, I know you're watching. I think you got it right. For myself, and for some people in the room, it has been my absolute privilege and it's been an honor over nearly 20 years to lead a marching contingent down to the cenotaph on November the 11th. And when we go there and there's 2 minutes of silence, I personally am not concerned about my next words of command. In my moments of silence, I look at the names and the places of sacrifice that have been made in this nation and out of this community for a way of life that we enjoy. I personally believe deeply in the right to assemble, the freedom and privilege of choice of religion, the freedom of speech, and the freedom of the press. So this subject matter today before us, I want you all to know that this counselor watches, listens, reads what is presented about this single subject matter, a pumped storage facility located here. And it's important for you all to know that when you express things, I hear it. And I also read things which are written. And today I have heard many, many times this simple expression, the town of Meaford, town of Meaford's council. I want you to look on the wall over there where it's got our brand new coat of arms. When I was elected back in 2014, that is my keynote signature of this entire municipality. I did that to bring people together. The people of the former town of St. Vincent and the township of Sydenham. We are a municipality, and we are all elected here as councillors of a municipality of Meaford. And this advisory group will advise on things which they feel are of great concern, things which would be of benefit to the municipality. This is not a town issue. This is a municipal issue. So I want you all to know that I have a very balanced approach. And I want, when I make my first recommendation, to have an understanding that I've heard today, we have all heard today. And Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, I would make this motion to change the composure of this advisory committee. I want to strike the names of Save Georgian Bay, the Impact Zone, the Chamber of Commerce. I want this committee opened up at large to accept anyone who submits their name that they wish to give their time and their input to this group, the advisory committee, and not single out any specific group and give extra weight for or against. The only thing on that line, fellow councillors and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to leave is the one where it talks about attracting someone of youth. And I think that we did that with all of the other advisory committees, and I'm very happy to have that line left in like we did with the others. We need to do that today. But fellow councillors, I want this opened up to the committee to be formulated by residents who want to take the time to submit their names, and council will look at them and we will choose, and we will have a well-rounded, balanced advisory committee. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? You're proposing a motion. Is there a seconder for the motion so we can discuss it? Seconded by Councillor Bartley. Discussion, questions of Councillor Bell? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I know we're discussing the amendment at the moment, and then with your indulgence, I'd like to come back with some additional comments. Councillor Bell, just for clarity, we recognize that there would still be 9 members chosen for the committee, but you would just like to remove the particular reference to Save Georgian Bay and the impact zone in the Chamber of Commerce, so that the committee is open to applications from all citizens, those for, against, or indifferent. Just that is my understanding of your amendment. Okay, thank you.
Other comments on that before we vote on this? If you're ready for the question, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. Other points, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the audience. And thank you all so very much for being here, and especially to the presenters who have provided very sincere and wise comments to us as your council. I just want to begin with 2 notes of clarity. One, it was mentioned that TCE provided our lawyer or chose our lawyer, but the truth is that we, our staff and council, determined the lawyer that we would like to hire to advise us, and those invoices are sent to TCE. In the same way with Strategy Corp, that was a decision of our staff and council, and it was part of the motion that was adopted last February 27th that TCE would fund those charges that were considered to be fair and reasonable. So I just wanted you to know that those firms were our decision. So I just also want to speak to the design of the committee. Many of you have taken the time to email us, and we appreciate that very much. And please know I've read all of your notes, but I haven't had a chance to respond to everyone. But you have all suggested that you do not feel it's appropriate for TCE to be a member of this committee, and I want you to know that I do agree with you. This is a public committee, so it is open to any of our residents to attend. So TCE would certainly be welcome to attend as a member of the audience. And I see the committee structured in such a way that TCE, through a point, an item in our agenda, would be available to provide updates on the project, but also that they would be present to also address any concerns or questions or queries that came from the committee, so that we have right information. I think it's critically important that the committee be seen as an opportunity for education, and that there is an open-mindedness around the table so that matters related to the project could be discussed. So from my perspective, I would like to agree with Councillor Bell, and we've already voted on that in terms of the membership. And I do have a couple of amendments to bring forward myself. One would be that there be, as there is in our other, if you've had a chance to look at the terms of reference for other committees, it does suggest that there would be what we call an agenda setting meeting, where the chair, who, as it is written in the terms, would be elected from the public membership, and a rotating member of the committee have an opportunity to come and to discuss the setting of the agenda with staff. So I would just like that clause to be added to the terms of reference. So I would make that motion for an amendment and hope that someone will second that.
Is there a seconder for Deputy Mayor's motion? Councillor Bell? Any discussion of that concept?
Councillor Yuri? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. just a thought on the council or that committee chair. Like consistency with all of our other advisory committees, we did talk about council members being a part of the committee. And in most of all the other cases, the chair was a council member. Again, council chair carries no more weight. They're one vote. There's no superseding power on that in that position. So I'm just debating whether that should be the council or the committee chair should be a council member, and B, whether, but I also agree that during the agenda meetings, the council chair then would be attendance, but also a rotating basis so that a member of the public is participating in that at every agenda setting meeting to make sure there's absolute transparency and a voice from the public on the agenda setting.
Does anybody else have a response to, on Councillor Urig's point about the chair of the committee? Because if you don't, I have something to say, but anyone wish to, sorry, Deputy Mayor?
If I may, Your Worship, just to intercede with my personal thoughts, I don't think that point is quite germane to my motion that's on the floor to hold the agenda setting meeting, because there is a discussion to be had in relation to the chair as it's described within the current terms on page 3, number 1, if anybody wants to go to that point. But in my opinion, and I will look to Mr. Smith for his thoughts, I think that is a separate discussion beyond what I'm suggesting in this particular amendment.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor. It is, but it also isn't. Sorry, folks. And the reason I say that, because yes, it's a different topic, but the way I've drafted the actual motion that you've suggested, Deputy Mayor, is that the terms of reference be amended by adding a clause in section D, the meetings section, to require an agenda setting meeting between the committee chair, member of council and municipal staff. If the member of council is the committee chair, then I need to rephrase that so that it's the committee chair and a member of the public member of the committee. So yes, it is. And what I would suggest is either we pause consideration of yours temporarily if there's another conversation to be had, or we deal with it and council just recognises that I might have to tweak some words afterwards depending on other decisions. And I don't mind which way around we do that, really.
Page 3. Page 3 in the terms, item number 1. And just for the audience, if I may, I will read chair in italics shall mean the person chairing any meeting of the PSAC as selected by a majority of the committee. The chair shall be elected from among the community members at the inaugural meeting of the PSAC and then at the first meeting of each year thereafter. So as it reads currently, the member of council who is appointed to this committee does not have the opportunity to be nominated or selected as chair.
I just, seeing no one else speaking, I think there is merit in the term as it is. My concern is that no one would want a proponent of either side to be the chair. I think people are looking for members of this committee who are going to bring an open mind and who are going to be thinking of Meaford's future and deciding issues based on you know, the evidence that comes before them and the learnings that will come as a result of the committee's investigations. So I'm thinking that council has the responsibility of vetting this committee, and therefore I think it should be able to choose from the non-council people who are wishing to be elected to this committee. That's my thought anyway. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. My preference would be to have a member of the community committee, serve as chair. I realize that's a little different from most of our other advisory committees. However, if we go back a few years to our Parks Committee, we did have a member of the Public Service Chair on that committee, and I think that worked out very well. So I'm quite satisfied if we have a member from the committee become chair. I did wonder a little bit. I think it says the chair would be replaced yearly, annually. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Smith?
That's what the terms say at the moment, yes.
I'm certainly not against giving everyone an opportunity to take a crack at the chair position. I'm a little hesitant to make that mandatory for every year. So I just want to mention that. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that we should have a new chair every year. If I may, Your Worship, first of all, I agree 100% with the Deputy Mayor. I don't think TC needs to be a member of this committee. I think we're all quite aware that TC is very upfront at expressing their views, their opinions, their advantages, and they're going to continue to do that. So certainly TC, I'm certain, will be involved in some way. But I do want to just quote the first two items in the mandate that are mentioned in this report. Number one is to engage with and listen to the community of Meaford. And I'm assuming that's the municipality of Meaford that is intended. The second item is to facilitate community engagement and provide a platform for public input. Let's keep that in mind. I think those two items are ultimately.
So speak to the amendment, Councillor Greenfield. What are you saying to the amendment here?
I'm sorry, Your Worship.
There's an amendment on the floor that we need to vote on, and I just wonder what you're saying to the amendment. It's a bit confusing because we have two concepts here. We're trying to decide whether how we arrive at the chair before we decide, whether, so help us out here and speak up, please, Matt.
Can I suggest that I reduce the motion that I had and say that the terms of reference be amended by adding a clause in section D to require an agenda setting meeting similar to that in other advisory committees, because then we could deal with that now, and then we can move on to the next thing.
Yes, and if I may, this was my main, platform was that I was going to open the agenda setting meetings so that the mayor and the deputy mayor, and on a rotating basis, another member of council would attend all of those meetings and therefore have input to the agenda, which is pretty much totally controlled by staff. So that was something that was brought forward by George Cuff, a noted Canadian author and expert on municipal affairs. And so I'm just saying this is an important principle that I have struggled for. And I certainly agree with the deputy mayor that we want to keep this going in all of our advisory committees and, in particular, this committee as well.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So just I would suggest that we go forward and vote on the amendment as just read by our interim CAO, Mr. Smith, and then we'll move on to a discussion on the chair.
So I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we want to come back to the other suggestion.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. Again, in talking about the chair, I think it would be up to the committee to vote and determine which of the members they would like to choose. And I would just like to see the opportunity for, whichever council members are appointed to this committee, that there be an opportunity for nominations and voting. And anyone who's part of the committee could be chosen as chair, and that would be at the pleasure of the members of the committee.
So that's an amendment in which you are holding the door open to a member of council being elected the chair.
And that would be entirely the determination of the members of the committee. But I'm fully in favor of a member of the public, as Councillor Greenfield suggested. That worked very well in our Parks Committee. And this is a committee for the members of the public, but just should it be the case that no members really wanted that role, then, it could flow through to a member of council, but just that would absolutely be the decision of the committee.
Is there, sorry, Mr. Smith?
Sorry, get a seconder first. You're ahead of me. I should have remembered that.
Sorry, I'm.
Do you want to get a seconder first, as you were saying? And then
Yes,
I'll
yes, we need a seconder, and it's seconded by Councillor Bartley. Then discussion. So yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The bit that I just wanted to note on that front is that as the terms are right now, of course, the member of council is a non-voting member of the committee. I don't think that prohibits them from being a committee chair. But what I would suggest that the motion would be is that the terms of reference be amended by replacing the word community with committee, including non-voting members in clause 1 of section B. Just to make it clear, because I think if we're not clear on that, then I could interpret that as being only voting committee members.
So, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I may be going astray here, Matt. Please shut me down if I am. Because my next change that I wanted to this was that we have 2 councillors on the committee, like every other committee we have, and they must be voting. I am not going to put in time in a committee, which is a huge commitment, and not be able to vote. It's just not right. So would this work into this before we do this, Matt, or should this be a separate?
I think we should deal with this one first and then bring that forward separately.
Okay. So the motion then that is before us is.
Brian, if you can move it across to the screen, and then we're going to look for the one that I'm about to highlight in yellow, if I can get that right. So that says, as I say, that the terms of reference be amended by replacing the word community with committee, including non-voting members in clause 1 of section B.
So how does that clause then read?
So that clause would then read, chair shall mean the person chairing any meeting of the PSAC as selected by a majority of the committee. The chair shall be elected from among the committee members, including non-voting members, at the inaugural meeting of the PSAC and then at the first meeting of each year thereafter.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it was the reason I brought up the council as chair was I was looking for consistency across advisory committees. Councillor Greenfield has illustrated an example, whereas otherwise, again, my history with the organization hasn't been as long, so I wasn't aware. And if that's doable, I'm fine. And I do like the idea, Deputy Mayor's pointed out, that it is a committee decision because it should be. We're entrusting 9 responsible individuals to make responsible decisions, so I have no problem changing my original statement about being a council chair only to being selected by the committee.
Other input? Are you ready to vote on this amendment? Okay, all in favor of the amendment? And that is carried. Next amendment. Did you have another one or? I think you do.
Sorry, your worship, I do. My next amendment, I would like to see the opportunity, because this committee is so important. These are going to be prestigious positions, and we really want to make sure that we have, as has been mentioned, a balanced group of community representation. And this is a bit unusual for us, but because of the importance of this committee, I would like this council to have the opportunity to meet and chat with the members who have, or the members of our community who have taken the time to apply for this committee. So I would like to suggest an amendment that would state that we would interview candidates for this committee.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Yuri? Discussion? Comments on that? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A suggestion, if council will indulge me. As council knows, as you go through the CAO recruitment process, every time you as a group get together, it's a council meeting, and therefore we have to go through all of those processes and agendas and so on. If you wish for the candidates for this to be interviewed, my suggestion would be that you delegate that to the mayor and the deputy mayor and members of the internal working group, so the director of development, director of engineering, and myself, or a subset of that, to then come back and make recommendations to council, rather than have you all sit and listen to potentially 20 interviews of people who want to be on part of this committee.
Yes, and I hope there are 20. For sure.
There's already over 10, so we're getting there.
Good. So I'm going to call that question, or do we have to get that into the motion? I think we do. We're keeping you busy. That's the keyboard.
I'm going to try and talk as I type. So I'm going to suggest that we add a clause, probably to section A, that says members shall be appointed by council following a recommendation from the internal working group, who shall conduct interviews with candidates for the committee.
Councillor Forder? Have we got a seconder for that yet? I don't know, is it on the floor actually? It is, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to be clear that if the internal working group is conducting the interviews, does the rest of council still have the ability to read all of the applications from everybody who's applying?
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure. Good.
I think at some point we will review all of the amendments that we've made here and just see, you know, if we are all clear on everything that has changed. Anyone else wishing to make any amendments or, oh, sorry, we did not vote on this. Okay, this is on the amendment that was all in favor. I thought we did vote on that. Okay, carried. Other people wish to speak. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. At this time, I'll bring forward my motion that like every other committee we have, there'll be 2 members of council and they will be voting members the same as every other committee.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bell? Any discussion of that? Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So my primary concern here is that we may have the potential for conflict of interest, as council members may have vested interests that influence their voting. So this dual role could lead to situations where we are essentially approving our own recommendations. This may not always reflect the broader community's views and best interests. So I just have some real concerns about members of council being voting members on this.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the report the way it is written concerning council participation on the committee, and here again, are we talking a community committee, or are we talking a community committee with two council members. I certainly have the greatest regard and appreciation for any and all of my fellow council members, but I'm not in favor of Councillor Bartley's recommendation.
Just let's let the counselor speak, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So perhaps the compromise is, because we do have two members of council on all of our other advisory committees, that we make the amendment to have two councillors as representatives on this committee, but they be non-voting, if that's agreeable to the original mover, Councillor Bartley.
No, I'm going to stand with my thing I'm bringing forward. I pay taxes here also. I am a community member. I have a stake in the game. I was elected by the people. And so I'm going to stand with my motion. If it's defeated, it's defeated, but I'm going to stand with the motion.
Mr. Smith.
So I think that is an amendment to an amendment, which is perfectly okay. So if Ryan could scroll down to the yellow bit on the screen, you'll also see then a green bit on the screen. So Councillor Bartley's motion that he's put forward was that the terms of reference be amended to replace clause 2 of section A with the PSAC shall consist of up to 9 voting members appointed by resolution of council plus 2 members of council. The Deputy Mayor is bringing forward an amendment to that amendment, which is that green section saying non-voting. So we would need a seconder for that, then we can debate that, then we can go back to the main motion.
Does anyone second the Deputy Mayor's? Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Forder, I agree in principle with what you said, although having said that, then should the council members on every advisory committee be non-voting members? Because when you're talking about that conflict of interest potential, that can happen on the ECDEV, that can happen on the heritage, that can happen on anything. So once again, I'm just kind of striving for consistency here, and I do totally fathom the importance of this committee, although I think everybody that sits on any of our advisory committees would argue that they are of also equal importance. So my concern is, once again, that we're kind of setting something aside here as an independent from our due process. So are we in for a penny or in for a pound?
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. In response to Councillor Urick, I don't see this committee in exactly the same eyes as our other committees. Our accessibility committee, you know, that's mandated by the province. We have to have that. The Heritage Committee is a local committee, but it has to conduct itself under the conditions of the Heritage Act. Our other 4 committees are definitely committees of council. To me, I understood that the pump storage committee would be somewhat of an ad hoc committee. It's not a forever, it's not entrenched. So I think we're talking not quite the same animals here.
That.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council is very well aware of how much I like consistency. So thank you for using that word, Councillor Urick. However, in this case, I just wanted to sort of try and explain a little bit about the logic of why we have suggested it like it is. And it's kind of similar to what Councillor Greenfield has said. Whilst we have tried to make this as similar as possible to a lot of our other advisory committees, I think that I recognise that this is a little bit of a different animal, and so there are consistencies and then there are consistencies. The reason I think that it would be better for the member or members of council to be non-voting is that this committee is going to provide a considerable amount of input to council as a whole. And then council is going to have to make some pretty difficult decisions over the next period of time about this project. And what I wouldn't want to do is have a councillor feel like they had to vote at the council table in the same way as they voted at the committee table, or indeed had to follow the committee's recommendations if at a council table there was other information that made you want to go differently. With a lot of our other committees, the content is a little different, I think. It's perhaps a little smaller in scale, although very important. And generally what we find is that there is some degree of consensus there. I very much hope this committee will come with consensus as well. But my opinion is it will be easier for the member of council when they come and sit at this council table if they weren't members there. But obviously we could do either. It's very much up to you guys.
I think if I may speak to it, I honestly believe, Councillor Bartley, that you would have two votes, one on the specialized committee and another at the council table. And whatever comes from the committee will wind up in front of this council. And that is your opportunity really to vote. It's my thought anyway. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarity, and perhaps I do know the answer. I'm wondering if this needs to be separated so that we vote on two members and then vote on voting or non-voting? Or will we go with the amendment as it's written on the screen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can do either, though, because both things will be amending the same clause. If possible to do it in one, I'd prefer. It's still got to be two votes because you would have to vote on whether to include the non-voting first and then on what the whole motion was.
Okay, so let us vote then on the motion as the amended amendment. So all in favor of the amended amendment?
The one that's on the screen right now.
That's right.
So not the whole document, not the whole motion. What you'd be voting on right now is whether to include non-voting in the broader amendment that then we'll vote on as a whole afterwards.
Yes, that's what we're wanting. So all in favor? So I think that is
if we can just see a show of hands of against, just for clarity for those watching.
So I thought I saw three hands, but I see only two. Oh, three. Okay, so three out of. I think it's lost.
If we can just see a show of hands for against, just for clarity.
Yeah. Okay. Against.
Against adding the words non-voting to the motion.
Sorry. No, I want non-voting.
Okay, so
this is getting so like we're amending amendments and it gets to be.
Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe we do what the deputy mayor suggested then and make this two separate things just to make this a little easier for everybody to do. So right now then, if you wouldn't mind considering the motion that's now on the screen that says that the terms of reference be amended to replace clause 2 of section A with the PSAC shall consist of up to 9 voting members appointed by resolution of council plus 2 members of council.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried.
So then what we would have is a second motion that's been moved by the deputy mayor and I believe was seconded. Which would say that the terms of reference be amended to add the words non-voting to clause 2 of section A. Following the word 2. And so that would mean that we would end up with a final version that said that the PSAC shall consist of up to 9 voting members appointed by resolution of council plus 2 non-voting members of council.
Is everybody clear on that motion? Any thing more to be said? All in favor of that? I see some hesitation there, but.
So right now, as it said, the motion that you've already passed puts 2 members of council onto the committee, and by dint of it not saying otherwise, they will be voting members. This suggestion from the deputy mayor would make those 2 members of council non-voting members.
Councillor Bell, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things that has been mentioned, it has to go along with what we were sworn in to do when we took our oath of office. And that was in the, basically, we are looking after the welfare of the totality of the municipality, whether there's something that we like or we don't like. We've all been on council meetings where something we've wanted to do didn't get passed and didn't get, that's why there's 7 of us. And so when we look at anything, it all has to be taken into stride, that we are put in this position so that we could have the approach of whatever the subject matter is, we could have a voice on that. And I kind of really side with Councillor Bartley that I've served on many boards and been a chair of many boards. And I think when a council member is inside a room where there's a board, one of the things that I found on one of the committees I was on, that the experience of being a councillor basically helped sometimes keep some things, if you can believe it, with what we're going through here, Mr. Mayor, keeping things on track.
Yeah,
and just what is at hand? What are we talking about? So I think it all goes with our governance. And so what we're asking for here is we're going to have 2 people, but we're not going to be able to vote. And that to me, I've got that clear. That's what that's saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that we can be on any board and we can vote, and it behooves us to take things in a very broad brush.
And what does it say to the members of the committee, this new committee, who have different opinions about this critical subject matter? You will have a vote at the council table on whatever they recommend, but you're going to because we are asking people to come to this committee, many of them who have fought hard and long against this proposal, and we're telling them to come with an open mind and be ready to work with people who do agree with it and work together and collaborate. I can see people not wanting to join a committee where they might be outvoted. That's to me the crux of this problem. This is a very delicate situation. It's not the normal thing. It is, and so my concern here is we're inviting people to join a committee, and we don't want to stack it against them. We want them to feel they have a voice, and we want them to contribute and give us their advice. And I think it's critically important that we, in developing our terms of reference, that we don't puncture what we're fundamentally trying to do. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Last thing I want to comment on this before we vote is the involvement of council members as voting members on this particular committee may affect community trust, especially if the community perceives the decisions as being self-serving. So we want to ensure that committee is seen as impartial and free from political influences. That's essential for maintaining public confidence in its outcomes. So I totally support the non-voting clause to section 2, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Anyone else wish to speak on this one? So I'll call the question. That the terms of reference be amended to add the words non-voting to clause 2 of section A. All in favor? That is carried, I believe. I hope that doesn't retreat. I feel strongly on that point. Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I have one more amendment and I hope it will be less complicated. Recognizing that there has been a request for applications out in the community for a number of weeks now, but that deadline is coming very close. And at least I know some people who have been waiting for this discussion today to see what the revised terms of reference will look like before they submit their applications. So just to allow them a little more time, could we ask for an extension to perhaps March the 8th? I recognize that's not actually in the terms, but I'll look to Mr. Smith to see how he wants to incorporate that in what we're doing here today so that the public if council agrees, is aware that there is a little more time now to absorb the new terms and then to apply.
Sure. I don't think we need an amendment for that. That had been something that I had been thinking about this morning as well, that with the fact that these terms of reference aren't actually going to be finally approved by council till March the 11th as to whether we should extend it. I'd actually probably say March the 15th to be after the bylaw is passed. That will mean that the appointment of members for both this committee and other committees will be delayed by a couple of weeks and will now have to be the first meeting of April. But I think my suggestion will be that that will be a good thing to do to make sure that we're doing everything at the same time and that, you know, everybody's had the chance to know exactly what's going on. But if council's in general agreement on that, then I will just do that. I don't think we'll need an amendment on that.
Thank you very much. That's good. So is there anything more to be said about this today? This very, very important topic. This is the most important thing that we have done so far, and we have to get it right. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, we've talked about a lot of things, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this, that as it stands right now, TCE does not have a seat on this advisory committee. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about this committee having a budget and about them being able to go out and spend money and determine when they believe they need to hire through the budget, having finances to go and hire an expert. And I want to open up the conversation on when an expert should be hired as that committee moves forward, and is the ultimate goal so that we can turn a bill, an invoice towards TC Energy. Because if they're given the money to do that without conversations of timing, I think that that wouldn't be good business. I think that that should be talked about at the right time with the right experts when they are deemed necessary. So I want to talk about them getting a budget and to hire experts at will.
Do you have a motion that you'd want to put forward?
I would move that they have a budget, but the budget is only expedited when there's a conversation. This has to go back then. It has to go back then with the working group, because there needs to be consultation. Because we don't say how many they can hire. We don't say how much, just a budget. And we're giving them a budget. And we don't give a budget to other committees. And again, this is special.
Mr. Smith?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could sort of jump in before we get as far as a motion on this one. Section H of the terms of reference talks about the financial stuff, and it says, except in the inaugural year, annually by November 30th, the committee shall submit for approval to the council any financial requirements for the following fiscal year and shall make to council such other financial reports as are required. The way that I anticipate that working is very much like council's budget works, in that municipal staff related to this project would prepare a plan and a budget and present that to the PSAC, who would then say yes or no, or suggest some amendments, and then bring that back to council for council's say so. I think my hope is that yes, the costs associated with this would be covered by the project proponent. And I think that would have to be something the council would have to talk about each year when we talk about budgets. I don't think that this committee would be hiring anybody as a committee. I think the committee would be suggesting we'd like to hear from experts in geotech or in fisheries and so on, and that would come back via municipal staff to our internal working group and to council and so on, and as we sort of generate those agendas and work through what it is that we're trying to achieve. So I don't think it's that the committee chair or committee members would pass a resolution saying, I want to go and hire Fred to come and tell us about this at a cost of $5,000. I think it will be within a sort of our overall budget of, we may say we have $10,000 a year to pay for experts to come and present to the committee or something. And I think that would just be through a relatively normal process, in my opinion.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Matt, are we not bound by the letter agreement with TCE from July 22, 2022?
That's a very complicated legal question that I'd prefer to not answer right now, but in great detail. But in general, we can renegotiate anything at any stage.
I just have to add that that is why we hired Strategy Corp to be our negotiators. So I think this is an opportunity for them to participate in this and to help us achieve the budget that perhaps is determined by the committee that it needs.
I did hear what you said, Mr. Smith, about that other group talking about this, which makes for communications about this. So if that's how that's truly going to go, then it could say that they don't spend the budget money until that portion occurs.
Absolutely.
So then what do I need to say?
I don't think you need to say anything. I think as it's written, that's very much how it would work. And I think if we try and get too specific, it's going to get really complicated.
So if the group says they'd like to do something on something, that has to come back
Yes.
before that gets done.
Yes.
Simple as that.
So let me rephrase. If the committee is looking for a budget annually by November 30th, that's to make a request to this council.
Yeah.
And so once the council has then made that request, presumably, if the project proponent is going to fund things, then they would have agreed to that as part of council's budget request. The committee, in consultation with the municipal staff and our consultants, would then be able to spend in the same way as our staff do through delegated authority. So if the budget said we need $10,000 for experts, they will be able to spend $10,000 on experts, for instance.
Are there other things you want to talk about this before we finalize it? Because did I hear any motions regarding the phrase about the impact zone? Did I hear any motions on that? Yeah, we did that. That came out at time. Okay. Well, I think if I may summarize, I think what we're trying to do is depolitize this these terms of reference to the degree that people who may be interested in serving on this committee and having a voice in probably the most important decision that has had to be made by any council in Meaford or in all its history, 150 years. I think that we are just, very much, it's very important that we get it right. And I think we want to move on then and feeling confident that people will be willing to come forward to serve on the committee. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to quickly summarize all of the changes that you've made before you get to the stage of voting for the terms of reference as a whole. So far in section A, the general section, you've added one additional non-voting member of council, so there will be 2 non-voting members of council. You've removed the specificity of requiring a representative from the Meaford Chamber of Commerce, the Impact Zone residents, and the Save Georgian Bay Association. And by extension, you've made it 9 members at large to be selected by council. You have edited the chair definition to say that the chair may be selected from among the committee members. So that means including the members of council, although they are non-voting. And I think there was one more, and that you've added a requirement for an agenda setting meeting in a similar way to our other advisory committees. And you have requested that members shall be appointed by council following a recommendation from the municipality's internal working group, who shall, and this is the important part, shall conduct interviews with candidates for the committee. I believe that is everything.
Councillor Bell?
Well done. But I did mention about the line that says about a youth under 25, that we were going to do the same as the other ones that we did previously.
You did, and I missed that because I thought it was just there. But no, you're right. There was a change in the other terms of reference to phrase that slightly differently. So what I would like to do in that case is have Councillor Bell, you table an amendment that says that the section in clause 4 of section A about youth representatives be phrased in the same manner as other advisory committee terms of reference.
Seconder, Councillor Urick. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's amended as you. So do we need any kind of motion to accept all of the changes?
We do. So the vote now would be to recommend that council in 2 weeks passes the amended terms of reference.
Okay. So is there a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? Thank you. Now, I think we are going to perhaps have a short recess.
If we could move out of committee of the whole, then I think a short recess, and then we'll be back with the regular
We're
agenda.
going to have to go back into committee of the whole, but it's a long list of things too. So I think we have to go back to the beginning. So motion to move out of committee of the whole, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Greenfield, all in favor. And I'm calling a 10-minute recess at this point. So welcome back. We've had a short break here, and one thing you could see today, we really shook things up with our agenda, and we aim to please, and so we're going to shake things up again to accommodate some folks who are here now and maybe wouldn't be able to catch this part of the meeting if we didn't do this. So I'm going to look for a motion to go back into committee of the whole at this moment, and that's moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. So at this point, we're going to item C on the committee of the whole agenda. And the recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend council of the municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to design and reconstruct structures 21 and 22 as 2-lane structures. 2, authorize the execution of a contract with Northern Mat and Bridge for design and construction structures 21 and 22 following completion of the Class EA process. 3, authorize an upset limit of $82,500 to fund the professional services costs associated with the replacement of structures 21 and 22 being completed by R.J. Burnsides and Associates. 4, authorize the treasurer to transfer $407,391 from the Bridge and Structures Reserve. 5, authorize the treasurer to transfer $482,633.58 from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund Reserve Fund. And 6, authorize the treasurer to transfer the remaining project costs from the tax stabilization reserve to an upset limit of $142,795.42. So we need a mover and seconder to get that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Greenfield and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And everybody would have loved to have seconded this because this is something we've been working on for a long time. So Tori, are you going to take us here or?
Through your worship, this is an update report as requested through council. There are a number of things identified in the report, including an update on the EA process that needs to occur to proceed with the reconstruction of the bridges. There's information on different options we have with that reconstruction. We are recommending that a 2-lane bridge, two 2-lane bridges be constructed in this location as a result of consultation with residents and staff. And then with that recommendation, we have obviously some information on costing and what that could look like in the schedules depending on how we proceed. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have on the information in the report.
Questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Class environmental assessment requirements, archaeological assessment, culture heritage. Do you think this is going to slow things down? Is it a big deal?
Through your worship, luckily, since we've already done the Schedule B Class EA on these bridges, when it was identified that they were to be closed, we already have a large portion of these reports completed. So the natural heritage report is completed. We just want a quick review from our engineering team to make sure there aren't new requirements that we haven't, but we will still need to meet. And then with regards to the archaeological assessment, at that time, we did a stage 1 archaeological assessment, which is essentially a desktop study, and it did identify that field work was required, so a stage 2 archaeological assessment. And so that's the work that is still outstanding. And so we're hoping that we'll be able to proceed with that as soon as the weather permits.
But you don't see it holding this up?
Through your worship, I don't foresee it. Typically, the stage 2 archaeological assessments come back with no artifacts found, and if that's the case, then we essentially don't have any more requirements through the EA process. That's the end of it. I mean, based on our current knowledge of that location, most likely there won't be any artifacts, but you always could uncover something that we don't know about. And so if things proceed as they typically do, that is the end of the process. And so, yeah, there's no further concern that it would derail or cause for additional timing of the EA process.
Councillor Bell.
This is really quite a nice report to get these bridges finally in place and done. I dug out this old report and it's from 2014-15. It was on the OSM report, the state of the infrastructure and the forecasting of money. So back in 2014, both of these bridges with the money that was talked about back then, basically it was $2 million. And it's been about a decade. So I did a really conservative 2% inflation for a decade, and it came up to $2.5 million. And we are looking at this report of being just over 1 million. I think it's $1,038,820. I think that's in the report. So a decade later, with what we have done, having a different view of how to get across the creek, we're at $1 million, which was Bridge 22 all by itself back in 2014. So, oh, you've got quite the smile, Deputy Mayor. But this has been a long time, and this is really good to get this happening. And well done. Having some latitude, looking at some different options, 21 and 22. That's been the focal point, but we can certainly apply that now on other areas we got a lot of bridges and large span culverts, so I'm glad to see this.
It is a demonstration of fortitude on behalf of council, and it's also a demonstration of really good work on behalf of staff to bring this forward, because it looked like it was insurmountable, and I really, really appreciate all the effort that staff has made to make this happen. So, everybody ready to vote on this? Oh, sorry, everybody wants to pontificate.
You can't vote till I get to speak, your worship, because this is such a happy day. And as everybody knows, this has been my nemesis 21 and 22, and they're going to get done. And with any luck, they'll get constructed this year. And I just couldn't be more delighted. But again, as the mayor has said, I just want to reiterate my appreciation for this council, all of us on board, and this staff who have worked together with our residents to bring this to a reality. It is just incredibly exciting, and I'm so grateful. And as Councillor Bell suggested, I mean, we've got a really reasonable price here, and we're going to be able to go forward and know that our residents have a safe passage, and they're not going to have to deal with these hills anymore. They can get across the bridges and do their work. My question, Mr. Smith, have we had communication with Chatsworth at this point? And do we have any sense if they are going to be interested in having a discussion at that council about potentially offering some funding support?
So we've had no formal consultation with Chatsworth since council last passed a resolution asking them to give an upset limit for their share of this cost. We have been in touch with municipal staff there to tell them this report is coming, and I know various members of council have spoken to councillors over there. Once this passes, and obviously this is committee of the whole, so in 2 weeks' time, it will be when it actually passes, we'll then send an updated letter to the Township of Chatsworth to say, here is what we believe the cost will be. Now, please tell us how much you'll contribute, because my understanding, mostly from you as councillors, is that they've wanted to know a price. So now we have a price, and so hopefully we'll be able to get a definitive statement back from the township.
Okay.
I apologize, Councillor Greenfield, and thank you, Your Worship. Just an additional question, Tori. Do we have any sense from Northern Matten Bridge as to the timeline? How long do they believe it will take them to do the actual construction?
Through Your Worship, there's a couple of pieces to that. So the way that this bridge is constructed is in their shop. So we won't necessarily see construction on site for an extensive period of time. But it will, so the construction period will be longer than what residents will necessarily see. Another thing that will have to occur with this is the demolition of the actual bridges. So there'll be some work that might not coincide exactly with when the bridges are put in place, especially since this road is closed. We can do some work earlier and some work later. With regards to the actual time on site, if I recall, the actual installation of the bridges, but again, that doesn't consider the demolition portion, I think was about 10 days per structure, just because they essentially just truck the whole structure to site and then build it kind of like Lego pieces. and then put it in place. The other thing that could impact the timeline is with regards to what abutments are required for the bridge. And so once we have done geotechnical work on site to determine what the requirements of the soil are, that will determine what abutments are required for the bridge structure. And so if they are within the design components of Northern Mat, that construction time period will probably be shorter. But if we need more extensive abutments for the bridge structure, that construction timeline could be extended. So there's some variations that we don't quite know yet, but we can come back with that information once we do know it.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. First of all, I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. I inquired about this a couple of weeks ago, and Victoria gave us a response. I thought, okay, things are moving along. Now all of a sudden it's in front of it. It's almost incredible, but I'm going to accept it. And I do hope Councillor Bell won't be telling anybody from Chatsworth Council what a great deal we've got. I don't want them backing out on this. I'm still looking to them for some dollars. On page 7, Victoria, it talks about the approach work, and we're looking at a 2-lane bridge, bridges, which are going to be somewhat different than what we've had there on the deviation previously. That approach work, first of all, any idea how much that's going to cost? And was that included in the 24 budget that we are close to passing?
Through your worship. So the approach work is included in this report cost. So it's identified under the estimated additional costs for this work. The approach work is very much an estimate at this point because we just have preliminary information from, or we have recently gotten more information from Northern Mat. And so we will have to work to figure out exactly what that approach work is going to have to look like. But if for whatever reason those costs are different than what we have estimated here, again, we will be coming to council and identifying what those look like. We have included a contingency in the project to make sure that if there are any variations, that we do have some funding that we can utilize. But we did include approximately $100,000 for the approach work, and essentially it would be slightly widening the road where it currently connects with the bridge, because obviously it will be a wider platform that will be connecting to. And then the road section in between the two bridges, again, will have to be widened to make sure that it is appropriate. But we'll be having to go into a little bit more detail to get exact costing on it, because right now it is very preliminary, our estimates on the approach work.
One more, sure.
Thank you so much for that. Again, I much appreciated all the work you've done. And I'm sure you will do this, and I'm sure the bridge company will follow this. It's such a pristine, beautiful area out there. Like, I'm really hoping that the work can be done, and I know should be some big equipment and so on and so forth, but with as minimal of interruption to the natural beauty of that area, because it's a gem out there.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and to you, Councillor Greenfield. I watched this company put the bridges in Chatsworth, the bridge they did 9 days from start to finish. They didn't touch the water. They didn't touch anything. It was a great job. I've been fighting for this for 10 years, but I want to thank the constituents that kept our feet to the fire. And I certainly hope I see you in Chatsworth Council chambers when this comes to them, because that's where I'll be. Thank you.
So are we ready for the vote? All in favor? You bet we are. So now I think we need a motion to go out of committee of the whole again, so that we can go back and finish the first part. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Urick. I see your arm up there. So I think we are going back to page
Council inquiries, I think, is where we're at.
Yes, okay, thank you. Item 7 on page 2. Any inquiries, Councillor Euring?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two, actually. One is regarding, it's actually one of our strategic priorities is the infrastructure initiative, the conduits. And my question is, I'm not sure where we're at with that, but when I think of big jobs coming up like Trowbridge Street, that this is something that obviously is going to be part and parcel of that. So I just want to make sure that we have something in kind of framework or place that is going to take that into consideration, and when we'll be hearing about that.
Through your worship, the actual council priority is probably not going to be focused on until later this year. However, we do recognize with projects ongoing that we don't want to ignore the need or potential need for conduit in those projects. So we've actually been talking and developing a report that was potentially going to come to this council meeting, but we just needed some more information with regards to how to deal with the Trowbridge Street project with regards to conduit. And so once we have everything we need together, because there are a lot of moving parts, we will be bringing that forward to make sure that council's decision on it is incorporated into the project. And going through this process actually has been very beneficial, because looking at it on a larger scale, sometimes you don't realize some of the small pieces that you would miss. And so looking at conduit from a project perspective has been really great, and will actually probably help improve the final outcome of the council priority. So you will be seeing something, if it's not at the next meeting, within the next month, so that we can then incorporate it into the Trowbridge Street design.
Councillor Euring?
Thank you, Tori. That's great. Nice to hear that that's being taken into consideration. That's excellent. My second one is, and again, everything harkens back to sesquicentennial year. I'm just wondering whether there's any update at all on the downtown cameras scenario. Once again, I know that there's everybody on staff has spare time, but this is something that, again, we're trying to get all these things in place to celebrate what we're going to be doing for the town, and so that's part of it.
There isn't, I'm afraid. It just isn't one that's got to the top of my list yet.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. A question for Jessica, if I may. The last time we discussed this, the thought was that it really wouldn't impact the budget, but we were going to look for a cost for the downtown weed control. And that impacts the sesquicentennial as well. And I just wondered if you'd had a chance to look into that, Jess.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I did. But what that is off the top of my head now, I don't remember because it wasn't in my brain at the second, but I'm happy to send it to you. We did get a quote and I can't even pretend to tell you what it was. So I'll send the info, I can circulate the information once we are done here today, just so that everyone has it.
I would appreciate that, Jessica. Thank you. We just want to make sure it gets done. So is that something that will come in a report to council that we'll have to approve, or will you be able to just manage that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can, or it would just be part of our contract with the weed spraying company itself. So if people want to know, we're happy to provide the information.
Yeah, I think if it's within our budget that you'll be approving hopefully shortly, then we'll just carry on and do it. If it's not, then we'll have to come back and get some money for it.
Okay, other council questions? Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just sort of have an inquiry to add on to the Deputy Mayor's inquiry. With regards to the spraying, I assume that they're using the most environmentally friendly pesticides like that. I want to make sure that's a big priority, that we consider that. Just get your confirmation would be great. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. And maybe based on this, it would be better for everyone if we just provide a quick information report about what exactly they would use, when it would be happening, and what the cost would be. It would just make everyone have all the information at one time.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
Through you to Mr. Smith, the parade committee of the 150th anniversary met last Thursday. And we have we've discussed 3 different parade routes, and the one that seems to be the most prominent right now is basically St. Vincent Street. In on the end of April, I'm pretty sure the deputy mayor and myself are going down to the OGRA conference in Toronto. And the preferred route is still Main Street. That's everyone on the parade committee continues to state, and I think rightly so, that it would be. Would there be any benefit at all of asking for a delegation through MTO? I'm assuming MTO will be at the Good Roads Conference. I know that's kind of getting late, but and hey, we could have a parade. There's no doubt about it. I think everything's well underway, but would there be any practical sense in pleading our case one more time?
A difficult answer. I think while I appreciate that folks would like the parade to go down Sykes Street, the concerns that MTO have expressed before about parades in the community on what is Highway 26 are challenging, particularly when we're talking about a couple of hours on a summer Saturday afternoon when probably traffic is at its highest. Our detours, whether for heavy trucks, are very long, or for other vehicles are along roads that have the one of the worst PCIs in the municipality, though some of that's been fixed. I have a call out to our contact at the Ministry of Transportation to try and get more answers from them and more of a definitive statement, because a lot of this is anecdotal from conversations that have gone on over the last few years. So if you will be willing to bear with me while I have that conversation, I'll come back. I would be very hesitant about using our powder with showing up to the minister to ask for something like this, when we may well be asking the provincial government for very large sums of money for other things. So asking for small favors may not be our best idea. But if you could leave it with me while I try and talk to the Ministry of Transportation myself, then we can refer the conversation, if that would work.
We could assure them that this parade would not take place when they were doing the hard topping of Main Street, if that would be any better.
Okay, other questions? If not, let's move on. We have a special education session, and I believe, are you doing this, Jessica, or is Jeff going to be our man? Okay.
Sorry, we're tag teaming a little, because actually, to Councillor Greenfield's point, there is an ongoing regional Ministry of Transportation meeting right now. So Jeff and Tori are switching backwards and forwards to make sure that we have somebody be part of it.
Yeah. We could leave this till the end of the meeting if you like, or
Jeff's ready to go. He's just got to come out and we'll get started.
Okay, Jeff, thank you very much for leading us through this.
Thanks, everyone, for having me here today. For council and everybody listening to the office, my name is Jeff Fries, Manager of Transportation and Fleet Services for Municipality Meaford. We thought it would be a good idea during the winter control season nearing the end, just to give a quick overview of how we do business and how it reflects to the Regulation 239 that we set our goals to achieve. Bear with me. Point that way. Yes, we cleaned it up for the picture. So this is just a recap of the overview of the next following slides. The first slide up basically sets out how we've scheduled our winter control. So our patroller starts at 2 a.m. in the morning, works an 8-hour shift, and then essentially from 4 a.m. to 11:30 at night, we have staff doing winter control through Monday to Friday and Saturday and Sunday. I'm not sure if it's best for council, if you guys want to answer questions during the slides to make it easier, or just wait to the end.
I'll be asked a question as it arises, okay?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a good way to do it for sure. All right. Yep.
Your worship, if I may, just for clarity then, Jeff, what's provided here, this is above minimum maintenance standards, correct?
That's correct. We went through a winter control enhancement in 2017, I believe. It was brought forth by residents, and I believe Councillor Bell brought it to council, then was voted on, and these are the areas where we improved on to go over and above what is set out within the regulation. Okay, so for the winter patrolling section of Regulation 239, it starts on October 1st and ends in April 30th. Within this time frame, we evaluate whether it be through the forecast of Environment Canada. We're part of the Woods program where we get mailed 3 times a day or emailed 3 times a day of the weather. I should have probably included that in there because it's quite an in-depth weather forecast compared to what Environment Canada or some of the other apps put out. So that's what we monitor and save in our files. Also within this time frame, our winter control starts November 1st to mid-April. That's where we gear up and not only do weather patrolling or monitoring, we actually patrol the roads and collect that data 3 times a day as well. So the next 3 slides actually all have the same titles, but they represent 3 different aspects of the regulation. So the first one here identifies the snow accumulations set out within the regulation. So we're concentrated in the road classifications between 3 and 5. So once the 8 to 10 centimeters is triggered during a snow event, we have 10 to 16 to 24 hours to do the removal. The biggest thing here is there's 2 trigger mechanisms. One is the accumulation. That's one trigger, but then when the snow event actually stops, that's when the time starts. So it's not during an event, it triggers the 8 centimeters, and then we have to remove it to a lesser depth. In those time frames, it actually doesn't start until the event is actually over. This slide represents ice preventative maintenance. So if during a weather event or a forecasted weather event for freezing rain or warm and a flash freeze, we have to do some preventative maintenance. So this can be a combination of ice blading and sanding on rural roads, or just straight scraping and sanding of paved sections to have that sand down so the freezing rain doesn't bond to the road surface. And this is usually done 24 to 16 hours depending on the classification of road. So this represents when after those effects, if they weren't helpful or weren't able to satisfy the icy condition, then we move into a full-on removal or treatment thereafter. So with class 3, 4, and 5, we have between 8 and 16 hours to remove that ice condition. And again, that's done by ice blading on granular roads with sand application, and then sand application on a hard surface. The winter control for sidewalks is a 48-hour time frame once the conditions reach above 8 centimeters. And again, all that is after the event has happened, the 48 hours sets in place for us to remove it. So essentially we can have 3 inches or 8 centimeters of snow sitting on the sidewalks, and nothing's really triggered for a maintenance device. But we are in enhanced winter control, so it gets done daily through the week. And like pre-treating it and removing the snow is done by a sidewalk machine, either with a plower or a snow blower. And it's the material that we use is a sand salt mix. Does anybody have any other questions on the winter control side of things of the slideshow?
Councilor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Jeff. All of these talk about the class of highways. What's the highest class of road that we have in our municipality?
So right now we have a class 3. One is Highway 26 connecting link, and the other one is concession 10 on the in between Superior Street and County Road 18 in the Sydenham, former Sydenham side.
So a class 1 roads like 401 or the Queen Elizabeth Way, things like that.
Right, yeah. Majority of our roads are class 4 and 5s. We don't even count 6. I have no further questions on the winter control side. This moves into our routine patrolling. So it's everything else within regulation 239 that we do year round, whether it's snowing or not. And it just sets out the frequencies of when we need to patrol, depending on what classification of road it is. So class 3, 4, and 5 goes from 7, 14, and 30. And you'll see going through the slides that those numbers represent pretty much everything that we do. So if there's a deficiency within a certain classification, those are the times it takes or that we're allowed to have that addressed. So here's one of our famous potholes. These winters are very bad for that, whether it's granular surfaces or hard surfaces. The frost or the freeze thaw events that occur over a winter like this is very hard on our road network. So these are kind of an everyday issue that the teams are out doing quite often.
Question, Councilor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Jeff, cold patching.
Yes.
I'm not a road guy.
I hate it.
So heat, a propane torch wouldn't make that patch last longer?
It would for sure. We tried this probably in 2006 or 2007. We actually went down to the Bayshore Road and we rented a propane tank and a Tiger torch. And we spent, quite a long time trying to do it. So in the wintertime, what we were trying to do was not only heat up the coal patch to help it stay in better, but melt the ice and the water within the hole, because we all know that's trapped in there this time of year. It freezes up, pops that coal patch back out, plow goes by, it's out and in the ditch again. It was an inefficient way of doing it, cost a lot of money, and we didn't get a lot done. We haven't tried a hot box yet. The county has let us know that we can go and use theirs just to try it out. And I think that's probably the better method, where you start that morning, preheat the box up and go out with a hot mix instead of a cold mix.
So when you're done, does it last twice as long?
I think
times long?
The hot mix will be a better patch. I think where it gets into an issue is when there's water underneath the patch. Until we get the water out of the hole, the frost just heaves it right back out. And we try to leave the little dimple. So, there's always going to be a little bit of a bump, just so that when that frost freeze happens or heave happens, it's still below road grade. So the plow doesn't hook onto it and toss it in the ditch, but it's it's just a bad time of year.
Councilor Bell.
once again. So if I could just address you as Jeff, your patrol goes out on a class by 30 days.
Yep.
And they see a pothole.
Yep.
And by the time it gets addressed, it could be another 30 days.
Correct.
You'd have 60 days, a couple of months go by before something gets done. So this is the minimums. What does your workforce truly do? I mean, 60 days.
Yeah.
I mean, and the people, the ratepayers, you hear it.
Yep.
Things, they just don't like it. The rideability is shot.
Yep.
So what do we really do? But we have this in case somebody says, I busted my tire and this is why. The municipality says we've patrolled it and we're doing it right.
That's correct. This is to address the claims against municipality and gives us a tool to help better position ourselves during those claims. But on regular, like during these times, we do every effort to get out with the graders, whether it's just scuffing just to fill the holes in, because you can't grade right now, like at depths, or it'll turn to mush. So we do everything that we can with the 3 graders that we have to address these areas of concern within the 60 days. Like if it's noted and it's bad and you can't get around it, the graders are usually out. So these slides just represent the centimeter squared of a pothole before it actually enters into some of these trigger points. The 1,000 centimeters squared is roughly 155 inch squared, which just for visualization, it's essentially a 10 inch by 15 inch circle. And it's about 3 to 4 inches deep. So going back to that slide, that would probably be, your representative pothole that triggers these. So fairly substantial. And then this is just another slide showing the requirements. This one was more for the shoulders. So off of your hard surface roads or because your granular is hard to differentiate between shoulder and hard surface. So with the shoulder drop off that I was just mentioning for hard surfaces, this outlines that, you can't have an 8 centimeters, 3 inch drop with a combination of a 20-meter length. Then it triggers the deficiency being reported and then the time set out within individual roads to be completed. So essentially, if one area for a 5 meter span has a bit of a washout or a shoulder drop off from hard surface to granular shoulder, it doesn't really get represented within this. We'll tag it to be repaired, but it hasn't set into the minimum maintenance standard. We'll call you up. Our street lights and traffic lights, they get an annual inspection within a year or up to 16 months for inspections. We do the street lights ourselves during the winter patrol. We'll also tag in the street lights and ensure that they're all, and it's just a representative to make sure that they're all working. The traffic lights are done by contract, which was a piggyback last year through Owen Sound. This year we'll be going back out again and we'll see who is doing that. Yep,
Sorry, Jeff. It said the municipality has 2 sets of traffic lights. Only have 3?
Nope, we just have one. The county owns Nelson Street and we own Trowbridge.
So they come into that office.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I should have grouped the signs and the traffic lights and sidewalks because they're all relatively for the same as inspections. It's just once a year within that 16-month time frame. They all do follow minimum maintenance standards as having triggers to fix deficiencies. The luminaires, I'm not sure if I have. No, I don't. So the luminaires, they have to reach a 30% deficiency rate. So essentially 3 lights in a row on the same side of the road that will trigger the minimum maintenance standards, so that then we have 14 days to have it fixed. We rarely fall into that, and we just get, like, soon as a light is out and reported, we have it slated to be repaired by the contractors.
Can I ask a question there, when I think of it? We've got a second boom truck coming.
Yeah.
Would we be able, if we had a qualified technician, to be able to replace lights ourselves?
Yeah, for sure. And that was why we have the utility truck now. The one that we have is, we used to have a staff member on staff, that was qualified for doing that. So yes, if we had someone that was, qualified, that could do all of our electrical, stuff, we could then bring that in-house for sure.
Yes, I've noticed in signing checks, it's not a cheap date.
It is not. No, it's very dependent. Like last year, we didn't use much of the budget. This year, or like, sorry, 2022, we didn't use much of the budget. 2023, we did. It's just the way it rolls. Now we have got back into communications with Realterm, which was a provider that did our overall expansion or to LED lights. And they're starting to work a little bit better with us to warranty some of the stuff that we already have. So whether it's warranting the whole head or just giving us some parts to fix it. And the guys in the shop are actually putting in some of the modules and stuff within the old heads to bring it back to life again so that we can reuse them. Because it gets pretty costly.
Okay, thanks.
On this slide is just mentioning that the vegetation management that we perform throughout the summer with brushing, weed control, ditching any of the debris within the water course or ditch areas gets cleaned out. And it just all helps with everything that we do. So it helps with the sight line, the drainage capacity of the ditch, snow storage. So it plays a very important part within our system, and it helps to capture that 3 meter clear zone off of edge of road.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, your worship. And Jeff, if I may say, we've come a long way with brushing.
We have.
Yes, we
Yeah.
have indeed. How many kilometers of brushing would we do this year? And the second part of my question is there any kind of standard for removing the dead trees? Is there a time frame attached to that?
So since 2018, when we've got the new machine with the brusher head on it, it's been a definite learning curve, for sure. We've tried some different techniques. This year, we're going to try kind of playing off something Chatsworth and Grey Highlands did, using the machine as more of a hot saw, if you will. So chainsaw the branch, drop it to the ground, get a skid steer with a mulcher head on it and mulch it up within the grassed area instead of doing all the mulching with the head itself, to see if we can pick up productivity and to keep that mess minimum or within the ditch area. So we're going to try that this year. Hopefully that works out. Renting the machine is quite expensive. We found out, it's for a week's worth of work. Is about $4,000 to rent the machine for a week. So we're going to do some mulching at the old dump facility to help ES out with the trails to the collection heads there, and then hopefully have some material ready to go on Sunny Valley Road. We're going to try that out and see if it's a viable or a more efficient and cleaner way of doing business there. And then we try to do at least 10 kilometers of forestry stuff with that mulcher head a year, with that one and the tractor, because we have the boom flail and the tractor. So we try to make them both work, and we do all the intersections every year with the tractor itself. So yeah, so we have come a long way compared to what we used to do. And I think it's just that process of getting better and trying new things. The verbiage that we're putting out now has really helped. The letters going out definitely have helped give the residents, the open IO. We're communicating, and they can talk to us at any time. Sorry, I kind of jumped ahead there a while ago with the sidewalks, but as I mentioned before, their annual inspection within that 16-month inspection. So either that's it or
That's all, folks.
So, yeah, so just wrapping that up, that's basically a quick overview of kind of what we do during the winter control season and how we try to fit everything else in as well to ramp up for upcoming capital projects and all that.
Any further questions? If not, thank you, Jeff, very much. Appreciate that. Moving right along, our consent agenda, we've got 7 items all dealing with appointments, and I'm wondering if you would like to vote on these in one vote. I think that we've had lots of discussion about these committees, and if you're okay, I'm just going to say that before us, as the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Joint Board, the Heritage Advisory Committee, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee, Growing Our Economy Advisory Committee, Infrastructure Advisory Committee, and Strengthening Our Community Advisory Committee. And this will set up each of these committees as we've been reviewed in the agenda. Can I have a mover and seconder to pass all of these? Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Heurig. Any discussion? All in favor? And that takes care of a good piece of our agenda. Items for consideration. The first is recommendation that bylaw 2024-10 being a bylaw to adopt the budget estimates of revenues and expenditures for all sums for the year 2024 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Forder, is there any discussion? Is there 3 cheers? Because you'll go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and again, this is just an excellent budget and I'm really pleased. Just one question for Val. Do we have a final blended rate and do we have a final figure as we usually do for an average assessed home, what that increase amount is?
I apologize, I do not. The blended rate, I think the county is modifying one of their ratios, and I think you've probably already been told about the multi-res rate. So that will change the ratio, that will change the rate a little bit. It won't change it huge though. But if you give me a couple minutes, I could probably find that other number for you.
Any other questions, Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I guess to Val, if you could do 2 things at once, and I know you can. Basically on page 156, it says our total municipal levy is 5.14, which is misleading as far as I'm concerned when we go out to the public. Can we have a report that tells the true levy?
So that is the true levy without growth. So when we bring forward the tax rate bylaw, once everything's finalized with the county's tax ratios and things, then we'll have something that specifies exactly what that change has been. But the tax rate increase will be the 2.8% that's been in a number of the presentations that have been available to the public over the last couple of weeks.
You know that, and I know that. But reading this 200 pages, the only thing is 5.14.
We will be planning to do some sort of press release as a follow-up from this, and that will include some of the information about what we expect that to be once growth is taken into account.
Thank you, sir, because I didn't want to go back to work on this.
I'm just waiting, Val, if you got something there that you wanted to. We don't tolerate dead air on the radio, I can tell you, and it's dreadful in here. No. I don't think so. I understand where Councillor Bartley is coming from this time.
I'll just, until Val, just yell at me when you're ready. But I'm still watching other budgets. Southgate are not done. Actually, there's 2 or 3 of them not done. They're not finalized. I think Southgate is down to 6.65 and they're working hard on it. But looking at ours at 288 is, I think, second best in the county. Thank you.
And thanks, staff. Really, the whole process was smoother and more. I think just I hesitate to move on and come back to this unless it's probably a non-starter with staff.
Okay. So based on $100,000, an increase would be approximately $49. So it depends on your average assessment. So I'm just going to say based on $100,000, it's about $49 or $50. So then you'd go up from there. A lot of assessments are like maybe say 300,000 or 500,000. So you'd be at 600,000, you'd be looking at about $300 annually. That's blended.
Thank you very much. That's okay. There's a gentleman who's been with us at the back of the room since the very beginning of the meeting today. Transfer of marine allowance, the recommendation be, we need to, we didn't finish it. I'm sorry. So all in favor of the, and again, as I said, 3 cheers for it. So be it resolved that bylaw 2024-11 being a bylaw to authorize to stop up and close, declare surplus and transfer the marine allowance on Plan 284 designated as parts 1 to 34 inclusive on Plan 16R-11575, Geographic Township of St. Vincent, Municipality of Meaford, County of Grey to the abutting upland lot owners. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bartley. Is there any discussion? Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. Council did receive some emails, I think this morning, with some concerns. Are we quite satisfied? I think we are, but are we quite satisfied that everything is in order and is all ready to be passed and decided?
Go ahead, Matt.
It's complicated, to use a colleague's phrase. So after those emails came in earlier on today, I got in touch with our lawyer who's been dealing with this for us, and he has spoken to the lawyer for the Jordan Beach Road Association. When the 4 easements to give access to Georgian Beach Lane were approved by Committee of Adjustment, and now they've been stamped by our planning department and so on, and so are eligible to be registered, not all of them have been registered yet. So that means that the 4 property owners who don't have access to what's been referred to as the back lane have had approval to have legal rights onto Georgian Beach Lane, but haven't had that registered yet. There's then a second, more complicated but more easily solved issue, which is that the lane itself is owned by all of the property owners. It's not owned by somebody individually. And so those 4 lots that we've given easement access to get to the lane, they don't have title access to the lane as we speak right now, and would prefer that, which I understand. There's 2 things there that I think make that safe for us as a municipality to move forward with. One is the Ross Thompson, who's the lawyer for the association, is planning to get what's called a vesting order. And that will basically be an order from the court to guarantee those 4 property owners the right to travel along Georgian Beach Lane. The other part to that is that even in the interim period of time, something called the Road Access Act takes effect. And as these properties do have access through a severed easement to that road and are able to travel up and down it, if for some very unusual, unexpected reason, somebody tried to block that road, it could only be blocked through a court order. And then those people would be able to have notice and then make their case to the court and get a court order to guarantee their access to it. So it's our lawyer's recommendation that we are in a good position to move forward. I think what we would probably do is not register this bylaw and actually formally go through the actual transactions until some of those easements were done. There is a challenge with that in that it's now, I think, 5 months since the easements were stamped and ready to be deposited. And so at some stage, we will likely have to just move ahead, even if a couple of them haven't been registered. But there are potentially options for vesting orders there as well, if we get to that stage. From a municipal point of view, all of that is all very much amongst the private owners. We have no obligation there, like we've done all of our parts. There is a severed legal easement to the road. There was no ever legal road access to what's called the marine allowance because we didn't own it until we claimed ownership a couple of years ago in order to try and move this process along, and it's never been defined as a road. So from our point of view, it's actually better that we pass this property on and remove any ownership responsibilities or liabilities associated with it. And we will continue to work with the association and the property owners and their lawyers to try and finalize this on their end as well. But it will be better if the municipality just does this and can get out of the business of owning a piece of land we don't really need or want.
So are you ready for the vote? All in favor? And that is carried. So, thank you. We've just got one more item here in Committee of the Whole. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford.
Need to move back into Committee of the Whole first. Sorry.
Aren't we in? No, we're not.
Oh, sorry, we're not in Committee.
No,
of the Whole.
we're not quite finished with the business of this.
Council first. Yep.
Yep. The recommendation is Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve the award of tender 24-01 for Algonquin Drive and Lakeshore Road South infrastructure replacement to Sealy and Arnell Construction in the amount of $2,679,566.83, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. 2, authorize the treasurer/director of financial services to transfer $613,563.44 of the approved budget to the Water Reserve Fund. 3, authorize the treasurer/director of financial services to transfer $116,586.16 of the approved budget to the General Infrastructure Reserve Fund. 4, authorize the treasurer, director of financial services to transfer $482,633.58 of the approved budget to the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund Reserve Fund. And 5, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. Need a mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Forder. Discussion, and maybe did you want to speak to this, Tori? This is another good news story, is it not?
Yes, it is. We were really excited to see when we had 8 tenders come in for this project. We typically get 3 contractors who bid on most of our large construction projects. And so it's really positive to see us having a more competitive bid process. This is definitely a larger project than we've done in recent years because construction has become more expensive. We haven't been able to go as far with our budgets, but with some different planning and being able to do these larger projects, we are seeing the benefit and will hopefully continue to do so. And the only thing I did want to note is the $482,633.58 in clause 4 with regards to the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund is the money that we are looking to use for structures 21 and 22. So that is where that money is coming from. So essentially some savings on this project is allowing for us to help pay for the structure 21-22 bridge project.
The world unfolding like you wish it would. So excellent. Any discussion or Are we ready to vote? Oh, Councillor Greenfield.
Through you to Victoria, do we have any idea of the timelines on this project? Like it looks like a lot of work.
Through your worship, I don't specifically have the timelines in front of me, but typical to our construction, we will have a start and end date that is identified in the tender. For the contractor, we'll be working with them on scheduling once it has passed. But this project is to proceed this summer into the fall, so should be completed before the end of the year.
Calling the vote, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Now I need a motion to move into committee of the whole again for the third time. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell, all in favor? And we've only one item left here. This is the recommendation is that committee of the whole receive report operations 2024-02 downtown snowbank removal service level review for information purposes. Need a mover or a seconder? Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Bartley. All in favor and discussion? Sorry? Yes, I say, yeah. Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it 5 yet? So I've been talking to Jessica on this. Interestingly, when we were, and first off, thank you. Good report, Jessica. It really helps clarify a number of things. The one thing that we didn't put in a number of different kind of potential scenarios. For example, coming back at a half a meter at 36 hours is literally cutting both things in half, the timeline and the amount. We didn't look at something like maybe cutting the banks down half to half meter, but maybe doing that at 72 hours. It doesn't necessarily have to be 36. So in discussion with Jessica, I might make an amendment to this because we're dealing in hypothesis. Going to contractors is obviously a rather expensive solution, something we want to avoid if possible. But Jessica pointed out that this is, like I said, it's hypothesis. We don't know until we really try as to what this is going to look like. So the discussion led to what if we were to try and do this as a trial next winter, in this coming 2024, because this isn't a good barometer this year. It's been so light. We don't know what's going to happen in winter coming. If we were to actually do 1 or 2 trials of this, where we could actually try and see what it would be like to move it at 36 and see how long it takes, then we would have an absolute impact analysis of what it takes for staff to do this, because there are obviously concerns. If it's a large snow event, they do have to be out and be concerned about the roads and other things. So totally take that into consideration. But there may still be some kind of a leverage there that we can still kind of meet this halfway. But that's only going to be done by trying. So my long-winded amendment to that really is, if we were to cut that amount to the half, but try it, we could do one at 36 hours and we could do one at 72 hours in snow events and see what the impact is to staff, and to see whether this is something that is doable by our own staff versus having to contract it out, and to see how onerous that would be to try to do. Makes sense?
Is there a seconder for that, or it's if you're moving an amendment or not? Sorry.
Could I ask Jessica to respond to it while I try and combine that into some words before we look for a seconder?
Okay.
I will do my best to summarize what you also tried to summarize. Through the chair. So the conversation was essentially, here we looked at 3 options. When you really think about it, there could be oodles of options. You know, you could do any time and because there really are no regulations that apply to this space. There's regulations to the road, there's regulations to the sidewalk, but there's really no rules for like the space in between. So we could have said anything, you know, like, and based on our experience, we've been able to meet the current standard, but to just flat out change it to something else that we don't know will be successful and then have to redo it again seems a little challenging when what we were talking about is I feel like we know this works, which is why we recommended that we keep the level of service the same. But if we would like to try to do better than that, then we should plan for that and keep it the same, but do a trial in the new year or the winter to see if we can potentially eliminate half the bank in the same amount of time, I think is what we were talking about. So keep the height, keep the time, but look at whether we can lower the height. But truly based on the fact that I don't have a crystal ball and I can't project what the winter is going to bring, there's really only one way to see if it would work. And I thought maybe we could give it a try. No crystal ball should be in the motion.
So I think the motion I've just heard is that the motion be amended by replacing the existing wording with that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to conduct trials during the 2024-2025 winter maintenance period to see the impact and practicality of providing in-house service for downtown snowbank removal at 0.5 meters within 72 hours and report back to council.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I like the motion. My concern, I guess, is, and again, just with your crystal ball, do we have any sense of the impact that might have on, say, rural snow plowing or any other work that staff would typically undertake?
Through the chair, I believe my understanding, and please correct me if our understandings aren't all the same, would be that we still need to meet those levels of service. So one of the recommendations in the report was to actually not meet those levels of service. So if we really thought this was important, that we would change the priority of what was getting done in order to do things in-house. I don't think we're looking at that. I feel like my understanding is that we're happy with the levels of service. We just are looking to see if there's a sweet spot between being able to do all of the work in-house and still meet our levels of service, and also maybe improve the amount of time it takes us to remove banks in the core. So whether it's possible to make it slightly better than what we might be doing now.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I like the way it's written here. And I like reading the report. You do preventative maintenance. This winter, there's been 10, 12, 14 days between snowfalls. Why not go down and take the snowbanks out of downtown? I think you've been doing that. And this is just a trial basis. I'd like to see it go forward. Thank you.
That is as a trial. So you're speaking in favor of the amendment? Yes. So do we need a seconder for that if it's going to be an amendment? Is there a seconder for that? You're going to second it. Very good. Is there any further discussion? So the amendment is, or the motion is now amended by placing the existing wording with the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to conduct this. Okay, I've got it. Everybody satisfied? Any more? All in favor of that? That is carried. Thank you for, having worked that out.
So I'm going to do one of those horrible technical things again. That was a vote on the amendment.
Yes.
So now you must vote on the main motion, which is the same thing.
Okay, so voting again on this amended motion. Did you have, okay, that's passed. Thank you. Now, we've just I think that in fact is everything, but we have a few details to clean up before we leave Committee of the Whole. And the first one is updates from members appointed to County Council, committees and local boards. So I'm going to call on Deputy Mayor Keaveney for her report on County Council.
Thank you, Your Worship. County Council met last Thursday, February 22nd. Council began with a delegation from Peter McGowan, who resides in Grey Highlands, Mr. McGowan spoke on behalf of his neighbors and expressed concern for excessive speeding along Gray Road 31 in the vicinity of Rob Roy. There's considerable topographical variation within the section of road in question. Members of council discussed the matter for an hour and a half, and in the end, during the passage of the bylaw, which regulates traffic and parking on highways within the county road system, and in a recorded vote, supported the position of staff, which is that reducing the speed limit in this section would not have the desired effect that the residents had hoped for. Congratulations and a round of raucous applause followed the announcement of the recent EDCO, which is the Economic Development Council of Ontario Award for Grey County. They achieved best of the province with their Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Master Plan. And huge kudos go to Director Savannah Myers and her team. And just on that note, might remind everyone that our own Dragon's Den won an EDCO award back in 2011. Actually, won 2 that year. One for the show, and the second was a runner-up in the Governor General's category, which is the overall big awards. So EDCO is a pretty special event. The Grey County Job Fair was held on February the 14th in Owen Sound at the Bay Shore. They used to do 4 in different communities, and they always did 1 in Meaford, but this year they amalgamated and did just the 1 at the Bay Shore, which drew 750 job seekers and over 100 businesses. And staff suggested that over 500 of the job seekers will be interviewed for positions, so that's good news. In committee of the whole, it began with the passage of a motion presented by Councillor Eccles from West Grey, who requested and gained support for the county becoming a member of TAPMO, that is the top aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario. And Grey County produces roughly half of the aggregate in the province, so it made sense to us that we would participate in this organization. The cost of the membership to the county is $1,600. Jason Moretto from Invest Corp presented an overview of his new business enterprise located in Southgate to be called the Southgate Renewables Facility. The plant will process green bins, source separated organics, and the end result will be renewable natural gas, which will enter the Enbridge grid system. Invest at their plant in the Eco Park in Dundalk also produces organic fertilizer from waste solids, which is distributed to local organic agricultural operations. Invest current suppliers of compost include the City of Toronto, Durham Region, York Region, Peel, Halton, and Simcoe County. They are looking to expand the list and suggested discounts for any local communities that might like to consider their project. The GTR, which is the Grey County Transportation Route, was discussed. During budget deliberations, it was agreed to lessen the service because of low ridership and the cost to maintain existing routes. This reduction in service will be really challenging for those who do depend on the bus, but we had to make difficult financial decisions. The service will continue as it is with a few adjustments to stops and with provincial funding support until March 31st of 2025. The impact to Meaford will be the removal of the now scheduled stop at the Bumpstead Medical Center. We also had discussed at budget time raising the cost of a bus ticket. But there was a survey done of riders who are really opposed to any increase in that cost. The current service provides 4 round trips along Highway 26 daily. So we really didn't reach a resolution on increasing the cost of a ticket, but I know that discussion will arise again. And that's it, Your Worship, unless you had any.
No, thank you very much. I have a report. The Heritage Advisory Committee met virtually on February 21st. It recommended approval of a heritage permit for 12 to 34 Collingwood Street East, which is across the street from the Market Square and in close proximity to Meaford Hall. The committee saw this project in 2022 and liked it then. The only change is that the building beside the former Capitol Theatre has been reduced from 4 stories to 3. 2 other buildings to the east will face a common pedestrian walkway that will link the Market Square to McCarroll Park. The committee is satisfied that the three buildings are compatible with Heritage Downtown Meaford and will create additional retail and business opportunities as well as house more people in the downtown core. The committee is also recommending approval of a heritage permit for 88 Sykes Street North with the exception of a retractable garage door. The guidelines for the Downtown Heritage Conservation District call for preservation of recessed entranceways, which is a feature of this building. The developer, Tim Van Dolder, told the committee he was agreeable to conforming to the policies of the Downtown Heritage District, and he is hoping to find a tenant who will give the building new life as another downtown restaurant. That's my report. And I think we had a library board meeting as well. Is there a report? Are you going to give that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Library board, we did meet last Wednesday, and we a couple notes of interest. We did hire a new library assistant. Also, last year's seasonal summer student will be returning this year, which is very nice to see. We had 3 library staff recently attend the Ontario Library Super Conference. And of course, with the coldest night of the year fundraising walk that took place a few days ago, the public library was also a rest stop and a warming center for that, and was fairly well attended. Meaford Public Library is also going to have a booth at the sesquicentennial kickoff on Sunday, March 10th from 2 to 4 p.m. So we're going to have all sorts of really cool things there. Now, we had some pretty cool library annual statistics for 2023, and just want to share a couple of those. There, we had 536 programs hosting 8,500 participants. In total last year, the library saw 85,000 total visitors and 75,000 checkouts. So it just goes to show how popular and active our library actually is. That's pretty much all the notes that I have, other than to say that our next meeting will be Wednesday, March 2nd, and I'll be happy to throw it over to Councillor Greenfield in case there's anything you wanted to add, my friend.
Not much to add, Councillor Forder. As always, you do an excellent job, but I did want to point out that we did get a report for the active membership as of the end of 2023. Municipality of Meaford members, 4,801. That's up about 350 from a year ago. Blue Mountain members, 519. That's up almost 100 from a year ago. Grey Highland members, 146. That's up over 20. And non-resident members, 568. That's up about 150 over here. So that is a total library active membership of 6,034. Pretty impressive.
Thank you very much for those 6. Very good. I need a motion to move out of the committee of the whole unless there's any other reports that I'm not aware of. Okay, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor. We're leaving committee of the whole at 4:54 p.m. for the 3rd time today. All in favor. Now, we haven't got a whole lot more. The councillor motions, is there any notice of motion? Then we have a motion for decision from Councillor Forder. Would you like to present that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I am looking to just increase the or extend the dates for the off-leash privileges at Memorial Park, as they are originally December 1st to March 31st. I would like to see that extended from November 1st to April 15th. And I did want to make a note that I have spoken to staff to make sure that those extended dates do not have a negative impact on park operations for opening and closing. So we should be all good.
So I think he moves his own motion. We need a seconder for the motion, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Forder. We need to vote on the council meetings of January 30th, February 12th, and the February 12th statutory budget meeting.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that title is wrong. They were originally going to be on there and we didn't quite get the February 12th one sorted. So it is just the January 30th budget day.
Okay, take that out. Need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Thank you. Is there anything on the communications list that anybody wanted to bring forward? If not, we are going to move into a closed session now, and I think we will take a recess before we do that. Then we will be back to after the closed session to report out. And I should say here that the actual reason for going into closed session is a property matter. Council will be looking at a proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board specifically related to a road allowance, and the meeting will be attended by the interim CAO and deputy clerk. And we will see you on the other side of
We
that
just need a
meeting.
move and a seconder and a vote to go into closed.
Okay, I need a mover and seconder. It's moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All in favor? Thank you. But do you wish a short, yes? Closed session this afternoon, council gave staff a direction on a proposed acquisition by the municipality related to a road allowance. Now, we've one other piece of business today, and that is a confirming bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-12, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford at its regular and special meetings held in the month of February 2024, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. I'm a mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Bartley. All in favor? That is approved. And with that, it is 5:23. We started at 1 o'clock this afternoon, so it's been a good day's work, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting.